All good. Good evening. I'm going to get us to order here. Thank you. Hi, folks. We're going to get started with the working session now. Look to the clerk for the roll call.
Commissioner Beaman,
Present.
Commissioner Hodge,
Here.
Commissioner Labar,
Here.
Commissioner Light,
Present.
Commissioner Machewski,
Here.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders, Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you. We'll get now to item 2, which is public participation. Ahead of our full board meeting, around 7 o'clock, you'll have 3 minutes, but at our working session per board rules, you have 1 minute if you have public comment. We just need to know your name and the municipality you are from. Is anyone here in person to give public comment?
Oh, okay. My name is Letitia Lamel Sharp, and I am your Washtenaw County Treasurer. I only have a minute, but I just wanted to ask the board. I sent an email to the county board individually on last Monday, and I guess I want to publicly acknowledge that I did send an email, and as a county-wide elected official, I was hoping to get a response from that email. I will reserve the rest of my time for more comment at the Board of Commissioners meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in person to give public comment? Okay, seeing none, Ashley, I'd look to you. Anyone online?
There's no one online, Chair.
Great. Move then to the report from the county administrator.
Good evening. I have no report this evening.
Go then to the BOC liaison report.
Yes, Chair. I do have a quick report for you all. I'm very excited to share with you that today we have extended and accepted an offer from a new Board of Commissioners Constituent Outreach Coordinator. Her name is Tabitha Reynolds. She has been at the last 4 meetings. Unfortunately, tonight she's unable to be here, but we're very excited to have her. I know, tonight of all nights, her last night that she can't come to a meeting. So Tabitha joins us from she's been a research assistant, both with the Summer Works program and with the University of Michigan Poverty Solutions. She has a wealth of experience in community service and community outreach. So we're very excited to have her starting on May 19th. So she'll be at our next board meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ashley, anything else in your report?
No.
Wonderful. We'll move then to our discussion items. Up first, we have a preliminary year-end report on the 2024 fiscal year. And I'll turn it over to our Deputy Finance Director, Catherine Jones-Alter.
Good evening. Let me get this.
Catherine, before you begin, our screens up here are black, or at least yes. So this is the first time I've ever used a computer, so.
Normally I'm fumbling to share my screen, so I enjoy the
He spends a considerable amount of time back there. There we are. Catherine, thank you for your patience there. I'll turn it over to you.
Well, thank you. So tonight I'm going to be presenting the 2024 preliminary year-end report, primarily focusing on the general fund. The full audit will be coming to you at the next meeting. There we go. Okay, so 2024 general fund, we started the year with the original budget at 146.8 million, grew to 169.1 million by the end of the year. We had a net surplus of $1.1 million, so both budget revenues and expenditures both came in below budget, but the revenues did exceed the expenditures by that $1.1 million. As of 12/31/23, the general fund balance was 63.9 million. So this would make the general fund, the projected 2024 general fund balance at 65 million, which was 38.5% of the final 2024 budget. And again, we talk about this a lot, but current policies require it to be at 29%. Looking at the general fund expenditures, again, nothing has significantly changed from the quarterly reports, but public safety and justice continues to be our largest service area, $83.5 million. Then looking at support services, contract policing is broken out from public safety and justice. And then so yes, all these feel like they're in about the same proportion as previous reports. Cap credit came in at $24.3 million, but nothing too significant to report on this slide. Also wanted to highlight the appropriations to non-general funds. These are showing the final appropriations, so a lot of them go through a reconciliation process, making sure we're doing our proper matches. So there's a little bit of savings and appropriations, but these are the final amounts. Again, Health and Human Services continues to be the largest proportion of our appropriations, followed by Public Safety and Justice. On the expenditure surplus, so we had a $10.2 million expenditure surplus. This is largely due to personnel. There's a property tax increase labor adjustment of $5.1 million that has to do with structural funding and one-time funding. We budget a full structural amount, but because of a July increase, only a portion of that is actually spent in that year. We had departmental attrition at $2 million, surplus appropriations to the non-general fund departments of $1.9 million. And then we had some additional central charges reserved for personnel that we didn't end up needing last year. A lot of these were things we knew about last year and we addressed in the 2025 reaffirmation. So I don't want to give the impression that these are like ongoing things. These are things we were identifying throughout the year and have addressed in that 2025 reaffirmation.
Catherine, forgive me.
Yep.
Would you prefer, sorry to ask this earlier, would you like to get through this, then go to questions, or do you want folks to raise hands as they come to them?
I'm cool with questions as we go.
Great.
So
If you have questions, commissioners, let me know. I see Commissioner Scott has one.
That was my first question. Thank you for addressing that, Chair. The second is that departmental attrition of $2,022.
Mhm.
That's above and beyond the attrition we budgeted for already.
So this, in 2024, we had not yet started budgeting attrition in departments. So we budget attrition centrally.
Yeah,
And so it's different than what we've been talking about for 2025 in different conversations.
it's
So-
the different conversation than the resolution from May 2024.
Yeah, the May 2024 changed how this would appear if we had been doing that at that point. This,
Oh,
so in 2024, departments had the full anticipated cost of their positions, 100%. And any type of rolling vacancy, anything that they were not holding for budgetary or not filling for budgetary reasons is all reflected in this departmental attrition. Outside of the courts and the sheriff's office, they get to keep their surpluses, so their personnel savings are reflected in their department. So this would be all of the other general fund departments that aren't the courts or the sheriff's office.
super helpful. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Where I got a little bit distracted. No, that's fine. No, you're fine. So let's see. So yeah, we talked about the personnel surpluses. The trial court is projecting a $513,000 expenditure surplus. This is beyond the contributions to their court technology needs due to rolling vacancies, which partially offsets their projected revenue shortfall. The district court is projecting a $275,000 surplus. Again, that's due to those vacancy savings. And then support services was projecting a surplus of $150,000. That is in HR and finance operating budgets and in court counsel due to reduced outside counsel need compared to previous years. On shortfalls, the clerk's office has a slight expenditure shortfall. That is due to early voting and is offset by early voting revenue. We took a stab at what we thought the budgets would be and we missed on the revenue and the expenditure side. So it looks like a expenditure shortfall, but there's a revenue surplus that offsets that. Animal control services, the new contract came in above budget. We had hoped we'd be able to offset some of that. We weren't, so we had about a $425,000 shortfall there. And last year I told you I was hoping I'd only talk about IT GASB adjustments once, but we missed about 500,000. So that's just a technical adjustment. Again, it's a time where we have an expenditure shortfall and we have a revenue surplus that's offsetting it. So it's net neutral on the general fund.
Catherine, we have a question from Commissioner Robbie.
Yes. I know.
Talk me through it.
What?
Talk me through it. What am I looking at here? So we had we voted to approve their contract a while back.
We approved
And-
the contract and we didn't approve a budget adjustment on how we were funding the contract. So that means the budget came in above, or the contract amount came in above budget.
This is expected.
And so at the time.
So
we
it's,
were hoping-
are we paying them more than
No, we're paying them. the
we just got
contract
less
amount.
revenue?
We're paying the amount that's laid out in the contract. We did not get any increased revenue from the local units. That was originally what we had hoped, so we were waiting to do a budget adjustment until we knew that piece. And then we didn't identify any other way to fund it, so it comes through as we just didn't budget the full contract amount. But this isn't like we budgeted the full contract amount and then it came in 400,000 above that. It's the contract amount, we just didn't budget enough for that contract amount in last year's.
The
budget.
contract was, if I remember, like $2 million a year.
That sounds right. I can, go ahead.
Yeah, the first year was approximately $1.8 million, and then it escalates by about $100,000 annually each year over the course of the 4-year agreement.
That's so disgusting. Okay. But we didn't budget for any of that?
We missed it, yes. So we missed we knew the cost was coming, we just didn't adjust the budget to reflect that cost.
Okay.
We
I
had
mean, and the 4 years is done, is it a 4-year, a 4-year contract?
Correct. We are now in the second year of the 4-year agreement. And that started on January of 2024 and expires in December of 2027.
Okay. Can't wait. Yeah, can't wait for that. I'm very much looking forward to that. So, but in terms of the locals from whom we have not received the anticipated money, what actions have we taken to inform them that we are no longer planning to serve their areas?
I think he's gonna push that one to me. So we haven't, we haven't talked about any direct action. What we are doing is continuing those discussions we've had. We've updated the information and they have the new contracted amounts. We just haven't been successful to this point in gathering any additional revenue. We'll continue those conversations.
I mean, because as I understand it, we're basically paying to enforce the local ordinances in many cases.
That's correct.
And so that's absolutely ridiculous. We shouldn't be doing that. And locals need to pay for their fair share of this. And so I really feel like this board needs to change its policy towards how we do this and make it clear to the local communities. Obviously, we can't back out of our Humane Society contract because this board already voted to approve that, but we should certainly be informing the local communities that have not paid up, that we will not be enforcing anything beyond our mandated services, county mandated services in their communities. Many of them collect revenue for dog licenses, my understanding, some of them do at least. And unless they're remitting that money to us, there's no reason that we should be helping them out with anything. That is not our mandate to do.
Mr. Dill, do you have additional comments?
We'll continue those discussions. And if that is an updated position from the board, we'll absolutely pass that on.
Catherine, back to you.
Okay.
Oh, forgive me. Commissioner Sanders has a question.
So I'm wondering if the municipalities that are collecting fees related to Humane Society services, maybe we should just ask that they send the money directly to us. If they're collecting it and not forwarding it to us. I'm missing something. I'm not, now, you know better. I'm not saying this because I'm expecting that this is something you can do. I'm saying this out loud. This is not something new. This is something that has been brought up and discussed before. And there's something wrong if they're collecting this money, conceivably earning interest on it and doing whatever they want to do with the money, but they're expecting us to basically double tap. It's not making any sense, especially if it's with some of the municipalities that have been hard pressed or refused to support their residents for other services that the county is picking up that might fall into OCED. So I'm not looking at anybody. I'm looking straight ahead and saying, I don't understand what the discussion is about. Make the payment. Give us the money.
Mhm.
Or have your residents pay us directly.
I'm gonna look to my left to Administrator Dill.
So Commissioners, and Commissioner Sanders, while you're not looking at me, I get the gist of what you're saying, and I know who that's directed at. And I will carry the message to our local providers and update the expectation around not only our service delivery, but the costs associated with it. We'll provide you with an update at a future meeting.
Great. Catherine, back to you.
Great. Most discussion, okay. I was gonna move on to revenues next. Let's see, so again, this is $160.1 million of general fund revenues. 98.2 million is our general operating millage. 19.8 million is I'm looking at the wrong thing. 19.8 million is the general government. That's the state revenue sharing, marijuana, liquor tax, those kinds of funding. Included in this general government category is the CMH transfer of the final amount of debt they owed from back when they had the deficit elimination plan. So that has been fully returned to the general fund. It was about $1.5 million this year. So that has now been resolved and did result in a surplus in that category. Public safety and justice is projected to collect 17.4 million for all court and sheriff revenues outside of contract policing. Contract policing came in at about $14 million. So we had about a $9 million revenue shortfall of this. The biggest component is that planned use of fund balance. We talk about this frequently. So we budgeted $13.5 million roughly of use of fund balance. And that's revenue we budget that we don't receive. We had a number of surpluses that offset that, primarily general fund interest earnings of almost $3 million. That CMH repayment I talked about of $1.5 million. Personal property tax, which is revenue reflected through the state, is another $764,000. The GASB technical revenues, that other side of that IT adjustment that we talked about. So all these are kind of known things that we had throughout the year. On the shortfalls, the clerk's office is projecting a net shortfall of $250,000. Early voting was about $100,000 surplus. That was reimbursements from both the state and local units that exceeded what we had anticipated to receive. But there was a $350,000 shortfall in deeds from property transactions. So that led to a net shortfall of $250,000. So we watch those deeds revenues as an indicator of anything that's happening with our property tax dependent market. So, yeah, so that's really what's happening on the revenue side. Any questions? Okay. So, that's-
Commissioner Sanders, is that a question?
Yeah, it is. Sheriff's deficit.
Mhm.
Can you speak
Oh,
to that?
yes. Yes, sorry, I jumped over that one. So the sheriff's office has about a $900,000 shortfall. There's another side where I talk about this. This is a combination of two different things. So we have PSU contracts that we have budgeted on both the expenditure
Stop.
and. Yep.
Everybody doesn't know what PSU is.
Thank you, thank you. A police services contract that are not filled positions, so we have revenue budgeted and expenditures budgeted. And we don't get the revenue for it because those positions are filled, and so those contracts aren't operational. So there's always a revenue shortfall from those. There's also an additional component that came in that was higher than previous anticipation, which is basically a credit for hours that the local units have paid for that haven't been serviced. And so that's kind of like they bill on a monthly basis and then they reconcile it at the end of the year to reflect that.
Okay, so for the average
Mhm.
5-year-old,
Okay,
may
yes.
need to understand what you just said.
Okay,
There are municipalities that are contracted for sheriff's department services.
mhm.
There's staffing that they pay for that they may not have received. And so therefore there's a credit due back to them.
Yeah, there's a process where we bill out on a monthly basis, and then there's a process for reconciling what they actually received, so making sure that they don't pay for things that they didn't receive. So that part happens at the end of the year, and so it's about $500,000 of the shortfall came from that process.
So do we know what municipalities are not receiving their full coverage allotment? Because what
Yeah.
we're really saying is they're not receiving the full level of staffing.
Yes, so I don't have it off the top of my head, but we can get that to you all on where those credits were at. This is at a time where there was an unprecedented like vacancy rate in those positions. And so this is what tends to happen because when we have limited staffing, there's only so much that we can fill, but we can get that information to you.
Please.
Catherine, floor is yours.
So $13.5 million of planned use of fund balance. This is what was budgeted last year. Has not changed, sorry, this changed from the Q3 report, but it just built in what was part of those technical budget adjustments. So this is everything that the board authorized during 2024. Almost all of these have been spent with the exception of about 400,000, which is about 350,000 in the bridge loans. And then the 45,000 for supporting young women is the only pieces that have not been spent as of last year. So in the past, we've had a lot that has rolled forward. There's a very minimal amount from this budgeted use that has rolled forward to 2025. Okay. The other part I wanted to put in front of you all is this 2025 use of fund balance. That number at the top is wrong. Sorry, I have to fix that. This is the first chunk is what was already authorized in that Q3 technical adjustment last year. We also authorized use of 2025 fund balance. So 1.25 million of winter sheltering, 354,000 of bridge loans. That's what rolled forward from the 2024 use. Also the salary market study, housing feasibility study, the drug court grant replacement. We lost a drug court grant. The decision was made to fund that out of fund balance. That's supporting young women allocation, IT cybersecurity, historic district preservation, and then we have 7,000 of this health non-structural general fund appropriation that was made during COVID that we're finally using up in 2025.
Catherine, we've got a question from Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Quick question, and I apologize because there was a period of time where I was not really here before I had surgery.
Mhm.
The salary market study, can you explain that to
Sure.
me?
Yeah, so as part of our labor negotiations, there originally the plan was to do a salary market study. I can't remember in what year we moved it up to do it in 2025 in advance of the wage reopener. And so this is the money allocated to HR to make sure that we could pay for that study to be done to fulfill that
Okay.
element of the.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Then the other piece I will be bringing forward when we bring Q1 is two uses of fund balance. One, we moved IT to an internal service fund. They had about $1.5 million of assets sitting in the general fund. So fund balance isn't just cash, it's also our assets. So we have to move those assets to the IT fund so that they don't go into a negative situation. And then there'll be there's a placeholder on this report right now, but for non-structural lump sums as part of the contract, or the labor contracts that we currently have, we'll be bringing both of those recommendations later this year to you all for a budget adjustment. But when we're talking fund balance, I want to keep it in front of you all to consider what is coming. And then this is just a reminder, of visualization of our total budget, the 29% target, and how much fund balance we had that was in excess of the target. So as the budget grows, that 29% target grows, and this is just showing what that 63 million that we had as of 12/31/23, how much is available at different points in time over the fiscal year. So we started the year where we had 21% that exceeded that target, ended the year with 14.9 million exceeding that target. The last part is just comparing projections. So at the third quarter, we were expecting about a $300,000 shortfall. We ended with a $1.1 million surplus. And so the biggest factors are laid out here on both the revenues and the expenditure side of what has changed since Q3. So the dollar amounts were also significantly different. So that IT accounting adjustment we have to do accounts for $2.5 million on both the revenues and expenditures. The CMH deficit refund of 1.5 million, we didn't build it into projections because we were hoping it would happen, but we didn't have any confirmation. The interest earnings came in even higher. It was $820,000 of interest was earned in Q4 last year. So that's another change. District court revenues improved slightly. That sheriff revenues decreased. That was that credit we were just talking about. On the expenditure side, we have, again, that IT adjustment. The Q3 technical adjustment was use of fund balance for different projects that came to you all in December. Court expenditures increased $670,000. That is due, hold on, to, I don't keep up on my things. That is due to during the timing, we had a planned swap of district court expenditures of 220,000, and then court technology transfers that we missed in the Q3 projection. So those are expenses we should have captured, but it was the budget had been adjusted, but the actuals had happened, but like the timing was really close to when the projections were run, so we missed getting that in there. And then on the trial court side, we had additional trial court technology reserve that was transferred, but that was offset by increased rolling vacancies. Sorry, thank you. And then the sheriff's office expenses came in about $1.1 million lower in Q3. That was largely due to moving expenditures out of corrections and into the unallocated millage fund. So they didn't actually have reduced costs. They just were able to use those unallocated millage funds to prevent there being a deficit in the general fund. Questions? Okay. On the non-general fund side, a number of our funds came in with surplus. So building inspection, CMH facilities, MIDC, risk management, veterans relief, all came in a good financial position. The child care fund, fund of court, prosecuting attorney, CRP, are always balanced to have our general fund appropriation match whatever is required by those grants. So they never contribute to fund balance, they never use fund balance. Health was originally budgeted to, or projected to use fund balance. We have this structural appropriation process that was then used to make sure health did not have to dip into fund balance and they didn't contribute to fund balance. So we met that non-general fund budget policy of making sure their labor costs were covered. but that we weren't growing fund balance there, that any savings would stay with the general fund for those pieces. And then community corrections is used up almost all of their fund balance in 24-25. There's a very nominal amount remaining for the current fiscal year. And then OCD ended 2024 with a shortfall. The primary drivers were the increased OSED general fund program support to senior nutrition for food operations and staffing, partially due to USDA reimbursement rates that were cut prior to 1/2025, prior to the current administration. Support for barrier busters, admin.
Catherine, you've roused two questions. We're going to start with Commissioner Robbie and then Commissioner Somerville.
Okay.
Can you just rewind to the food thing you
Yep.
just mentioned regarding OCD? So what is
Yes,
that?
OCD had to support the senior nutrition program. So it's a big factor in why they used fund balance as of last year. And that has to do with cuts to the reimbursement rates, and they just wanted to highlight it was before January 20th, so it was. So I don't have more context, if we need more context.
No, it's
we
fine.
get some, but
That helps to answer my question. What happened
yeah.
on January 20th?
No, yeah, okay. Anything else? Okay.
Commissioner Somerville?
Yeah, I think it kind of got answered, but I was a little confused by that. So you're saying this was unrelated to the more recent cuts?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know like how we were notified? Like we were notified of those cuts or they kind of just trickled down eventually? We became aware of them?
I'm not, but
Okay.
I have people.
Maybe Tony. Jason? No, Tony, let me go to you, Tony Kayumi, our OCED director, and then Commissioner Machewski, if you have a question, I'll follow up with you.
So the reimbursement rates weren't as high as the expenditure costs for the food to be able to provide senior nutrition programming. So we had to use some of our general funds to be able to supplement the lack of funding that we received to pay for senior nutrition. Also, that applied to foster grandparent program. That was another one. And when we do barrier buster allocation of funding, there is a 5% administration fee that is attached to the distribution of that funding with the system that we use to administer the check payments. So when we receive, the wonderful additional funding from the BOC to be able to pay out in financial assistance for eviction prevention, utilities, other means for people who are financially struggling, OCED has to pay the administration fee out to that third-party vendor that does the check cutting.
So if we allocated $100,000, you're talking $5,000 in additional?
Yes, but we don't normally receive any administration fees from the Board of Commissioners. They give the money to be sent out to community, but not the administration fees that cover our expenses that we have to pay the third-party vendor. And then there was also projects that we did that couldn't be attributed to grants, that were projects that were moved from the Racial Equity Office to the Office of Community and Economic Development to complete upon the Chief Racial Equity Officer's departure.
Right. Thank you. Commissioner Machewski.
So first a comment, and then I'm going to follow that up with a question. So the origin of that reduction in funding is actually a federal bucket called NSIP. There was a reduction in that amount, and that reduction didn't make its way down the pipeline of funding until well into 2025 so far, and actually was only recently verified. So AgeWays, that money came from AgeWays, the Area Agency on Aging. So the actual numbers around that have just recently been figured out. So that's kind of the source of it. Leads to my question. The extra expenditure here, is that to avoid a wait list because of an unanticipated reduction in funding? And if we hadn't allocated extra dollars and just stuck to what AgeWays gave us, would we have a wait list for the meals program?
Is that what we need to get back to you on? I'm just guessing. That's not information I have available, but sorry.
a combination of the above, you know, with our mandate of not having a wait list, making sure that we're getting food to everybody who needs the food. And then also, you know, concerned about the quality of the meals themselves based upon the per meal rate that we have, and trying to make the meals as nutritious and, you know, tasty as possible with limited funding.
Sure. And I would not expect that you would know this particular number that I'm about to ask for, but if I could get, I think it would find it informative. The amount of money that the county is putting into the nutrition program on top of what Ageways in the contract with Ageways is giving us.
I believe Ellis may be online. He's driving. Okay, so no, I don't know that number off the top of my head.
Yeah,
but
just
Ellis
something if we could get it.
Ellis probably has
Yeah.
paperwork on him. He's just not here yet.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
That's the thing we can get to you. Okay. Anything else?
Catherine, we have Commissioner Robbie with a question.
Just a placeholder for Tony, but I would like to have a further discussion about that 5% fee that we give to a vendor. I feel like we need to find a different way of doing it. Seems to me like a lot of money that we're giving to a third-party vendor that should be going to people.
Commissioner Sanders.
The amounts, the shortfalls that you have listed in here, have you given us the amounts on prior slides?
That's a good point. No, we've just usually presented the status. Sorry about that. I can get them.
How much for each?
I don't have them. So we normally do projections on general fund, so I can get, that'll be another thing I can get to you shortly. Only because I only have, I guess, but yes.
Go to Administrator Dill.
To that information request, can we make sure that it goes to the full board?
Yes,
Yeah.
I can literally do it after this presentation during working session and have it to you all before the end of this meeting if you want to bring me back. So.
Thank you for accommodating us.
Yep. So we also by board policy present any any budget adjustments done within administrative authority between $25,000 and $100,000. There were 3 of them during Q4. The first was stormwater management grant. It's just, we got more money. So we increased both the revenue and expenditure. Similar to HIDA, they were awarded an additional $100,000. And then the EECS special voted millage, they budgeted interest earnings to cover capital needs in the amount of $100,000. So nothing to.
Catherine, we got another question here. Go to Commissioner Sanders.
Okay. Oh, yes. These are great points that I've taken for granted. HIDA is the high intensity drug trafficking area. So it's a federal grant that does work around drug trafficking. Most of it, we act as a fiduciary, like we're not directly providing services, but we are the fiduciary. So when there's additional revenue coming in, it's just pass through revenues match expenditures. Don't think we are, but the EECS is our Enhanced Emergency Communication Services Special Voted Millage. So it's the radios that ambulances, police, et cetera, work off of. And so they are maintaining our towers, making sure those important services can be in communication with each other. Good. So then next steps, we're continuing to monitor those clerk revenues, marijuana revenue, court revenues, the ongoing federal changes, and then expenditures. Again, we've talked less about inflation, but we know that there was a large impact that has continued forward, and then also monitoring personnel cost growth. Those are things we'll be focusing on in 2025 as we look through budget projections. Also, I promised a list of known federal revenue impacts. So Some of these we have dollar amounts, some of these we're still working on dollar amounts, but I wanted to give you all the best information that we have that's been reported to me in finance. So there might be others out there. We're going to continue keeping a list of this and keeping this in front of you with our budget updates. So health had a $600,000 federal funding award that was reallocated. They were able to reallocate funding to spend down their entire award, so it would have been lost, but they were able to not lose revenue. The COVID immunizations has state funding covering it through 9/30/25, but we're anticipating that there will not be ongoing revenue for that after the end of this current fiscal year. And then anticipated cuts in Health Equity Council had all work stopped. They're waiting potentially for GAP funding. We do not know yet if they will be awarded the GAP funding. And then we have anticipated cuts in 26 and 27 for sexual health services and tobacco control. Those are about $55,000 and $40,000. On the OCD front, we don't have specific grant programs yet. They're watching the federal budget process closely to learn what cuts we can anticipate. The US DOE weatherization CERC grant, 900,000, is in limbo from the state, so they're not sure what's happening with it, so it's one that's being monitored. CMH received a stop work grant for their stop work for an ARPA grant that funded bonuses for a specific CMH team. All of the folks on that team, labor, et cetera, have been notified that that's been stopped, but they are just bonus payments. And then there's all the speculation around Medicaid funding, nothing we know, but just keeping it on the list of things.
Go to Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I just was gonna say something about that Medicaid funding. That's something I think we need to keep in our heads as we're thinking about budget and budget surplus. That today, the top lines of a report coming from Gretchen Whitmer's office indicated that the federal Medicaid cuts would terminate healthcare for 700,000 Michiganders. She's wrong, it's Michiganian, but nevertheless, 700,000 people potentially being cut from Medicaid is going to impact us here in the county, even if nothing else is cut from our budget and from the federal government. That cut alone will put things into crisis. And I'll remind people who are in this room and at this table that the largest single insurer of children in our country is Medicaid. Thanks.
Go to Commissioner Sanders.
The word impact to me means that I'm if it's related to a financial report, I'm expecting like dollars. So how do we find out? This is a very broad question, so it's not just you, but it's broader. What have we done as a county to try and figure out in advance what the financial impact would be if these various areas are actually unfunded or defunded, or there's money pulled back? So when you're talking about the ARPA grant, even though you said it's only bonuses, I want to know how much.
Okay.
How much is it? Speculations around Medicaid funding. And the reason that I'm asking is that we as a board are having to look at and have discussions about a number of things, but not having this, like this dollar amount, this real life possibility known to us, could be making decisions that are not in the best interest of the residents because we don't have the full picture. So I'm looking at you, but this is have we asked our departments to submit to us all of those areas, the line item amounts of what is possibly in jeopardy or being scrutinized, and what that would look like for us related to the amount that shows that we've got, like a fund balance? That, to me, not even with your numbers, that's looking like pennies compared to what we really could be facing. And I'm the type of person that wants to know. I want to know before the avalanche happens.
Catherine, we're gonna go to Administrator Dill here.
So Commissioners, we are actively working to gather that information. As you know, this is a fluid situation. The goalposts move by the day, but we are collecting as much information as possible externally. Internally, we have started scenario-based conversations. In fact, we had one earlier today where we are trying to put together a framework for you all to react to as a board. I've also had a number of conversations with the chair of the board around putting those scenarios together and making sure that you guys certainly had something to react to, something that was pliable enough for us to modify over time, but enough for you all to try to make informed budget decisions.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just gonna echo that, what Administrator Dill just said, that Commissioner Sanders, that is something that I've asked the departments to do. It's to ask them to start doing it in January, ask them to dig a little bit deeper, and also to do some work that I've asked finance to help do to also understand what we are mandated to do and to cite the actual MCL when they're looking at that, and then to think about what our priority mandates have been, so to speak, and then extra, so we can sort of look at this all in a broadly systemic way going forward. So we're just trying to get a better handle on all those numbers. And I know Catherine's been working full out in addition to her regular job on it. So thank you.
Administrator Dill.
Chair, to that end, I sent a communication out to the department heads and elected officials last week, accelerating our timeline. We are hoping to have that information on the 16th. I'm looking at you, Andrew, and Catherine. So we're hoping to have that information. We want to put it in a grid format so that you all have the information. You'll know, more about what's mandated and what's discretional. The MCLs that attach to mandates, all that information along with our best guess on the financial impact. So that information is forthcoming.
Catherine, we'll get back to you.
And then the last one are just 4 resiliency grants. I haven't gotten the dollar amounts yet. I've asked, they're just in the process and just with the timing of everything. So as we have dollar amounts, happy to share them. But we had the Michigan Healthy Climate Corps had a stop work order. So we had a Climate Corps member that was being supported on the had to stop. The County Resiliency Hub Network, Michigan Climate Smart Farms Project, and then the Renewable Energy Siting and Technical Support. That one doesn't have a stop work order, but we haven't had any invoices been paid since January of 2025. So potentially delayed reimbursement or something stopping, we just don't know yet. So that's what's been reported to me so far. But again, I will keep, as we know more, we'll keep this in front of you all. I will work to get as many dollar amounts as I can on these fronts. And then just, sorry.
Can we have Commissioner Sanders?
It says the contractor invoices have not been paid since January. So we have contractors that have done work for us and we have not paid them.
This is a partnership grant. I can't remember who our partner is with. There's a couple of different ones. But my understanding of that one is it's not directly our finances, but it's something that our resiliency officer has been partnering on and is working on. So I don't know if we have any direct cash that's at stake, but that program's at risk.
Okay.
Okay. So then I'll be back in front of you guys with 2025 budget information. Q1 right now is slated for the June meeting. Q2 update August or September, depending on timing of information coming in. Q3 in November, and then year-end report March or April of next year. And then for the 26-29 budget reaffirmation, as we're planning that out, we're continuing that move toward program-based budgeting. The process that both the board chair and Administrator Dill was referring to is this resource management program inventory. We're having all of our departments inventory services at a more detailed level than had been done previously. That's where we're getting mandate information. It is definitely an iterative process, and we've been working, departments have been great at trying to get beyond that high level of detail they originally submitted to give you guys more information. And then we'll be running a budget request process to just understand the needs of the organization that we haven't yet been informed of. Want to make sure we capture that. And that's it. So.
Any final questions for our Deputy Finance Director while she's here? Okay. Catherine, we appreciate your in-depth presentation and willingness to answer questions. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And I'll get you numbers and I'll be right back. So thank you.
Move then to item B under discussion items. We have Chris Lemon from the Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation and Sue Ann Savis from University of Michigan here with some older adults millage recommendations. Chris, I'll give you just a minute here to get set up. While you're doing so, I will remind folks, the plan is to end in time to start the full board meeting at 7. We do have some flexibility, but I just want folks to be cognizant of that both for presentation and question purposes. Chris, I'll turn it over to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be in front of you all here again tonight. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Christopher Lemon, and I have the pleasure of serving as Vice President of Community Investment at the Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation. Sue Ann, you want to?
Sure. I'm Sue Ann Savis. I'm a clinical faculty member at the U of M School of Social Work.
Want to thank you for this opportunity to speak to you tonight. It has been a long and I think fruitful process over the last 8 years to get to this point where we're talking about distribution of millage dollars. Grateful not only for all of you in room, but also our community partners, our residents who have all been a part of this collective effort. We are here tonight to kind of reflect on the framework that has already been presented to the community. I can tell you that Sue Ann and I, when we first reviewed it, we're very excited to see the framework that was put forward. And what we're wanting to do tonight is to kind of provide some context or some potential enhancements to what's already been put in place. I do want to provide some context on our comments, though. So much of what you will hear tonight is pulled directly from our aging strategy report that we completed in 2023 and 2024. All of you should have copies of those. I made sure to bring copies tonight. The aging strategy was pulled not only from conversations with you in room, but with our CBOs in our community, with residents, and also pulled from best practices from across the country. For the conversation tonight, we know that we could cover a lot, but given that we have limited time and want to prevent the proverbial drinking from the fire hose, Sue Ann and I are going to focus on some key areas that we will absolutely invite Q&A from when we're done. If the commissioners are okay, the slides are meant to be additive, so a lot of the questions you might have on slide 2 will hopefully be answered in slide 3, but we absolutely are welcome to questions at the end.
Your preference would be to hold questions, but you'd accommodate us if we just can't wait.
Whatever you want. Absolutely. With that, I'm going to hand the mic over to Sue Ann to start us off.
Okay. So like Chris said, we were really excited about the proposal. And one of the first things that we did after reading it was organize the information into a theory of change. And you can see in this slide, we've laid out the major components of the proposal, and it reads from left to right. So we have the inputs, the residents we're planning to serve, the millage funds, the new Office of Aging Services. And then in the next column, we list out some of the services, the aging services role that was listed. So the outreach, the Aging Resource Center, moving the older adult nutrition program over, coordinating with OCD on the homelessness. All of these are listed as appeared in the proposal. So we made no changes when we laid out this theory. The next column is services, and here I just lifted up some of the highlighted services, including the home delivered meals you just talked about with the no wait list, the allocation to the senior centers. In 3.5, I listed out some of the reporting requirements for the grantees, so services provided, outcomes, things like that. And the last column is really the outcomes that were listed in the proposal were service delivery system outcomes. So the idea being, if we've been effective in providing and distributing the millage dollars, we would expect to see changes around avoiding duplication of effort, improving coordination among providers. But those outcomes really are service delivery system outcomes. So this is your theory of change. I'm going to turn it over to Chris, and now we're going to look at some of the enhancements.
So for this particular slide, you're going to see is very similar to the previous slide. The only difference being that we have added columns 3 and columns 5. Column 3 focuses on service priority areas, or as we call them in philanthropy, funding priorities. Our recommendation here is to initially focus on 6 key areas. I know that the process of deciding what to fund can be incredibly difficult. I can tell you that is what we do every single day at the foundation. But a couple of things happen when we are focused with our investments in our community. The first is that if we try to solve for everything with limited resources, the reality is that we actually solve nothing, right? And the intention here is to utilize the millage as a catalyst for change, to really transform our community into one that is a model of success when serving older adults. Deeper investments and enhancements of delivery systems lead to deeper efficiencies, deeper impact, as well as decreased administrative costs. The other aspect of limiting your funding priorities to some select or core ones means that others in the community can pivot, meaning other funders. So if the county decides you're going to focus on, let's just say for sake of this argument, the 6 that we're lifting up, if you signal that to the community and to your partners, then organizations like the Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation could take our assets and say, great, the county is taking care of this. We're going to pivot what we focus on to other areas so that we don't have duplication of funding, which means that we have deeper impacts in more areas of focus, if that makes sense. And I really want to be clear here too. We are talking about the start of a process. We are not in any way saying that these are the 6 things that should be funded in perpetuity. Sorry, philanthropic term, forever, right? But what we're saying is this is a starting point. And if we find ways to enhance the system so that they are more efficient and sustainable, then what that means is then down the road, the county as well as other funders can say, listen, we've brought great success to this particular sector. Now we get to pivot to others within the older adult space. So 4 of the 6 primary areas that we are suggesting that you focus on are root core social determinants of health, right? Those being housing, food, nutrition, access to healthcare, and transportation. These 4 have been lifted up over and over again by our residents, by nonprofit leadership, by those of you in room, as well as other communities that have millages that focus on key areas of support. The reality too is that a decrease in services or in these areas, or a spike in need of these particular services will put our community in a very dire place. Anytime there is a severe impact on these core social determinants of health, you know, in philanthropy, we like to silo everything, but in reality, everything is interconnected. These 4, as we have seen through research as well as through practice, is that if these take a hit, that cascades out into the community in very negative ways. This is also a critical moment as we see cuts either happening or signaled cuts by the federal government when it comes to their areas of funding. We know that those might be happening or already happening, and so doubling down and trying to, as best possible, backfill some of these areas will only be supportive of our community. Now, I want to be clear that I could go on for about 45 minutes on this, but for the sake of time and also knowing that you are all well versed in these areas, I'm going to kind of hold off on a deeper dive on those. The other 2 areas, though, that we're really lifting up at this point are going to be ongoing evaluation / data feedback loops and grantee cohort collaboratives. We have found within the field of philanthropy that these are critical, not only to building capacity within organizations, but they also help to prevent siloed efforts and promote shared learnings and collaborations. In essence, evaluation and data feedback means ensuring a line of sight as to what is going well, what are the barriers to even better outcomes, and the ability to share with the entire community what progress is being made. This in turn leads to more awareness for the community efforts being made by the county and our CBOs, and I think really importantly, helps to build trust with the community as to how their tax dollars are being utilized. So an example in this space would be a live data dashboard, right? What is it, like, can we be reporting out to the community on any given day? Let's just say, once again, across, let's say the top 4 areas of funding. What is the progress being made? What do wait lists look like, right? What are some of those successes? And we always encourage transparency on the things that we're learning that need to be addressed. Is if we're transparent with our data and with the outcomes, the community can then lean into trust, knowing that we are ushering collectively, right, these dollars into the community. Because if you're investing money into the community and CBOs are doing this work, we're in this already together, right? And so that data dashboard and that ability to have data shared up from the CBOs means that you have greater awareness as to what's happening, and then we can adjust in real time what else needs to be focused on. Lastly, then, for this side is going to be the grantee cohort collaboratives, which are an intentional convening of grantees to discuss the things previously mentioned, right? Wins, barriers, opportunities for collaboration, real-time problem solving, et cetera. Now, this can seem kind of burdensome, right? And a lot of times you don't always hear about this happening within county government, but it actually does. I can tell you that this methodology has brought greater cohesion amongst many nonprofits that participate in this model, as well as unexpected wins in program service and delivery. It also helps to understand what service delivery needs to look like across our entire county. So the needs of those who live in West Willow might actually be very, very similar to the needs of those who live in, let's say, Manchester, right? But the solutions themselves will look very different based upon the needs, the infrastructure, et cetera, within those communities. And so for us, these collaboratives are a fantastic way to really better understand how we are more effective across this great and diverse community that we live in. Column 5, I will just say then too, is listing some but not all of the kinds of outcomes you can expect from the 6 areas that we are lifting up. So in column 4, if I'm counting correctly, the expected service delivery system outcomes, if those happen, then there is that positive downstream impact for our older adults. So knowing how to access services, improve nutrition and food security. These are the 8 listed are just a few of the things that happen when the system itself is running more effectively, right? And so a lot of times we hear about the negative downstream effects. What we're really trying to put forward in this theory of change is that if we're doing things effectively upstream, downstream, that actually means far more positive outcomes for those that we are here to serve. And let's see, we got one more here. This one I'm going to be very brief on. So across the 4 areas that we have listed up that were named, in the draft proposal, these are the kinds of things that you can consider funding when it comes to housing, food, nutrition, access to healthcare, and transportation. The enhancements you're going to see are in bold. The housing column we thought was fantastic. All of our funding at the foundation, as well as what we see with other funders, these are absolutely the kinds of programs that we see being funded and being highly effective. In the food and nutrition area, once again, it's a great list. An enhancement here would be food pantries in senior centers. Another one that we didn't put into this, but one that I have really been trying to lift up quite a bit for the last 3 or 4 years, are going to be culturally specific meal programs. We have such a great and diverse community, and our older adults deserve an opportunity to access food in their older years that they have been eating their entire lives. We know that health outcomes are not great when individuals are forced to change their diet later in life. Access to healthcare, very straightforward, right? These are all things that were lifted up and are spot on. When it comes to transportation, you're going to see there are 3 enhancements, the last 3 there. So groceries and meals for transportation, mental health supports, as well as social activities. Transportation is the great connector to literally everything, right? For many older adults who have access issues, who live in rural communities, getting to these services isn't very easy. And so for us, transportation ever since COVID has been one of our primary funding priorities, and we see really great work happening in our community. The one that I'm going to lift up right now around social activities, I know that as we talk about funding cuts and as we talk about core social determinants of health, we also learned that isolation for older adults in our community had very, very severe negative impacts on our older adult population. And so organizations like senior centers or other nonprofits that are providing enrichment opportunities do help with mental health as well as social connectedness. And those in turn then have other positive health outcomes for those individuals. And so what we're saying here is that when it comes to transportation, to really have an open mind as to what are the kinds of services that our older adults can access with those transportation opportunities.
Okay, thanks, Chris. So the next slide is really just a data feedback loop. So in the proposal, there was some really great ideas around collecting information and sending reports out, the annual report to the Board of Commissioners. And so what we did here is we just sort of deepened the work a little bit and connected it. So you can see on the left side, we're suggesting that service providers report some baseline data using the RFP. It's just a great way to capture baseline pre-millage. And then, of course, outputs and outcome reports would be generated. The idea of bringing in an external organization to do the needs assessment made a lot of sense every 3 years. What we did add is the analysis column. So this idea that we really need this data to be aggregated, to be compared by priority area, to be compared by place, by population. We think that's going to be really helpful. And then you'll notice in the receive report column, we really expanded this to include all kinds of groups that are already in place that could benefit from the information. The Commissioners on Aging, the Healthy Aging Collaborative. We added 2 cohorts, the senior center cohort. We feel like with the allocation of the 200,000 to senior centers, we're really going to want to bring those directors together and do a cohort. And the same thing with the grantee cohort. With the dashboard Chris mentioned, the community at large would be able to get in and see what was happening in the way of service provision. The interpretation column is just to say that more and more we need space and forums to be able to look at the data and ask questions and make meaning of results. We've been using summits, convenings. The cohorts will serve as that, but we also need some sort of cross cohort collaboration. All of these data feedback loops would get you to the place of the expected impact that you listed in your proposal. We would for sure see improved coordination among providers as well as provider capacity. This is something that we've been doing for a while now. If you look at the cohort engagement model, I mean, it's probably been 10, maybe 15 years that we've been working with grantee cohorts. We find that bringing the grantees together to talk through what they're doing with their plans, with what the barriers they're facing, the challenges, how they're overcoming those is really important. It would require cohort facilitators, so somebody from the older aging services unit. It might mean learning communities, perhaps quarterly. The grantees co-create the topics, so they identify what they need, what's going on, what they're trying to work with. One-on-one technical assistance happens, site visits, interviews. All of these are activities that bring the cohort together. The results we've seen has been coordination and collaboration among grantees, for sure an enhanced capacity to collect and use data themselves for program planning, organizational development, and even the beginnings of diversification of funding, not to mention improved outcomes. So we really think the cohort engagement model would be an enhancement that really takes everything you have in the proposal and just moves it a little bit further ahead and creates a place, a forum for the grantees to come together and work together. And Chris?
Yep. In conclusion, for this part before we get into the Q&A, I want to say thank you for this opportunity. For 8 years, as I mentioned, we've been working together, right? This was a shared effort amongst the commissioners, CBOs, community, residents, funders to get us to this point. I have thoroughly enjoyed the offline conversations I've had with many of you about this work. And I can tell you that we are constantly in communication with our nonprofit leaders as well about need. And it really is my hope that as this millage hits the ground and as the dollars are deployed, that collective and collaborative effort can continue. If it got us to this point, I'm really excited and hopeful that what engagement looks like is a continuation of that particular model so that we can continue to be more efficient and really signal to the community that at the end of the day, what we really want is our community to be the best place possible for older adults and their caregivers. So thank you.
Thanks for your availability and the presentation. We're going to go to Commissioner Somerville, then Commissioner Hodge. Others, if you have questions, just let me know.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here to give this presentation. And I think what's clear is that the feedback that we were, Commissioner Machewski and Chair Scott and I were utilizing when we were developing the proposal that we shared with the board in April, it was based off a lot of the same feedback that you all got. And so I love seeing, when you sent this earlier, I was like, great, this seems very much in line. It was even in line with, we had a conversation earlier today, the three of us, and some of the things that we talked about were including like the cultural options for food, but also people with just dietary restrictions. And so that was really cool. And I really appreciate the focus on social determinants of health. And I think that kind of ties in with a lot of the feedback we've been getting from a variety of groups. The Washington Health Initiative, the Commission on Aging, members of the community who aren't really formally affiliated.
Commissioner Somerville, forgive me. I want to give you the dignity of a little, folks, we are happy to entertain you at 7 o'clock at the full board meeting. This is a working session at this time. Folks, I would beg your patience. I have to adjourn the meeting if you can't comply. All right. Subject to the call of the chair, we're going to take a brief recess. Listen, we'll get back to the meeting. We'll try and wrap briefly because I know we'll have a full meeting ahead of us. And if we get another issue come up, we'll handle it in the moment. So Commissioner Somerville, you were asking your question.
So I just wanted to appreciate just the call out for social determinants of health. There was a lot of overlap in some of the conversations that I was having, both with Commission on Aging and the Washington Health Initiative, Healthy Aging Collaborative, and then just folks in the community that are not formally connected to any of those groups. I also appreciate the call out of eliminating duplication, and obviously like collaborating and using this millage to really strengthen support and merge efforts and make sure we reach more people, I think is common feedback that I've been getting across the board. I love the data dashboard idea. We've kind of adopted that for all of our millages now, so that's in alignment with what a lot of the board, the direction that we're interested in going for more transparency. And then I liked the cohort additions that you added to one of the later slides. And then just with respect to transportation, I've been having a lot of conversations with folks about that. I was out in Manchester last night, and in rural parts of Washington County, there are different gaps. And so I offered to pull together like a stakeholder group with like Phoenix and Wave and some of the residents in rural parts of the county to kind of talk about that and also see where the overlap is with rural and urban gaps in transportation. So happy to loop you all in when I have some of those conversations.
Sure, and if I can just interject, I want to make sure we get to everybody's questions, but why I really am hoping that we can continue to bolster the conversations. The last 3 days, I've been in a convening with other funders, and right now we're on the verge of potentially ushering in a significant amount of money to Washtenaw County to support rural initiatives, right? And so as we are going after these funds, and opportunities to support our rural residents. Once again, if we can be in communication to figure out like, what are your efforts, what are ours? I don't want us to duplicate, right? I want us to be coordinated in our funding to.
Hey, I love that.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yes. So yeah, that's really the hope.
Yeah. No, I love to hear that. Thank you.
Great.
I appreciate you being here and excited to continue working on this together.
Move to Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both for coming in. Really appreciate it, especially the short notice. Thorough presentation. Really excited for much of what you had to share with us. That was in addition to what we've talked about. Got a couple of questions, and they might be too specific. And if they are, we can always talk about it later. One of the pieces with the very nice proposal that we've looked at is the $200,000 to senior centers. We have a wide variety of senior centers and they have different needs. I would wonder if there would be a way to think about from a more equity focused approach, what would be, instead of just giving everybody the same lump sum, do you have any strategy around what would be a way to think about how many dollars based on some metrics would be a way to equitably distribute money to senior centers?
Yeah, I can take that. So first, I think we need to figure out what is a senior center. I noticed in the proposal, right, it said there was going to be a sort of, we're working on that, but some way to define and operationalize what a senior center is. And I do think we need to look at each senior center and sort of model what they offer, how many people are coming in. And so we would get some baseline metrics on that. Look at their budget, see what their staffing is, and then figure out if the $200,000 allocation is the right size or the right fit for the senior center. I can only imagine after people seeing that announcement that we're going to have a lot of senior centers coming up. I was joking with Chris, I might think about starting one too. You know, so we also have to watch that. We have to make sure that there are senior centers across the county as well.
I would just add to that too. I think that, once again, where organizations are right now is point in time, and that can be due to a lot of factors, right? It can be due to income streams, which oftentimes limit the size of the organization and limits the scope of services available. So I would, we can, once again, more than happy to talk offline, but there can be, I think, some different metrics for how much is funded to certain organizations. But like, I'm never a believer in putting a period behind something, because what's the goal, right? The end goal, what are we trying to achieve? And so if an organization all of a sudden through existing funding is able to now offer more services, more on par with other senior centers, or whatever that can be. It can be food, transportation, using the example that you lifted up, right? Then we can look at maybe increasing that so that they're now on par with everybody else. So how is it that almost every senior center is offering similar, like the same services, but maybe with a different look depending on where they are in the county, right? But like where can be additive capacity building, all that stuff. So we deal with that in our regular grant making all the time. So I'd be more than happy to talk about what that could look like.
Likely as a result of some of our working sessions and then the discussions during the board meeting, we've been getting local governments sending us letters saying this is our identified senior center. So that is the metric we've been using at this point. I think we'll have to have a conversation at some point to decide what works. Get to you. What else? I got a few more. So I really like the cohort idea too. Do you have any suggestions around how much you think we should allocate towards doing something like that?
Oh, funding wise, I don't, but we do know that the senior center directors for sure should be in their own cohort. You know, we might find there's different, we could organize the cohorts by the priority areas. It really doesn't take a lot of funding to bring them together. If you included in the contract that they would attend 4 cohort meetings a year, I think that would do it. You need the cohort facilitator. That person could come from, right, the older aging service unit. So,
Or third parties.
yeah, or a third
Lots of
party. There's other models, but we have found that it's really effective in bringing people together around like issues. Problem solving is incredible at that level too.
But we see nonprofits like working to solve problems agnostic of funder participation, right? Just by coming together and sharing. So I think that's a huge win in this space. But it is something which you don't necessarily see happening as much. But what I will say, why not only do I like the outcomes, as a funder, I get such a deeper understanding of need and impact when I participate in these cohort models. And so you all have a lot of information that you have to be able to remember, and then report out to your constituents. It is amazing how much more you can learn and understand when you are getting report outs or even participating in these, right? So the cohort models can be really effective too if there's participation at times, from those in elected positions or, like funders do it too. But it really helps to deepen the understanding of impact and need.
I would ask a similar question about evaluation, but I think you're going to give me a similar answer to what you just did. Is that right?
Yeah.
I mean, the proposal has evaluation baked in.
Yeah.
From the beginning and all the way to the end. And it just, the idea was just to really increase the transparency of the information. I would have to say, one of the things I would probably do to start is simplify it. So maybe really think about services, create like a service catalog of these are all the services that we're going to offer through millage. And then really think about what are those outcomes, try to simplify it because again, thinking about a new senior center and asking them to generate data and keep everything in real time, it's a burden. I mean, it's a lift and they might not have the resources to do that. So I would start simple and then move into something more complicated when it comes to evaluation.
Last one. Really grateful for the ongoing partnership with the foundation. What would you envision a partnership on this looking like?
How much time do we have? No, just kidding. Honestly, I don't know that it's, I think that what's been working up to this point are the conversations, right? That happen offline, but I think a more formal conversation could be very helpful. So for example, if there is in fact an Office of Aging, right? And there's a Director of Aging for the county, I can absolutely envision regular check-ins, like sharing outcomes that we're achieving, like learnings and understandings, pivots in funding. But I see like you are all very busy and you are responsible for knowing everything about everything. And so I think that identifying who within county government makes sense for us to have that working relationship with, I think would be incredibly helpful, right? No different than we do with the state. The Office of Foundation Liaisons, we meet with them on the regular. They report down, we report up. I can see a very similar model here where if there is an Office of Aging, making sure that we have those regular touch points and conversations so that there's transparency and shared data and understanding. That would be my ideal starting point. I don't want to get too far down the road, but if I had one thing to lift up, it would be that.
That's a good starting point. I like it. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Sure. Going to go to Commissioner Machewski. I have Commissioner Scott and then Robbie in the queue after that. Commissioner Machewski.
Thanks, Chair. I would suggest the Commission on Aging probably has a role in that as well as a forum. For those
Absolutely.
discussions. I keep my comments brief here. Under the nutrition services items that you talked about, I think, I have certainly, in my thinking, adopted the idea of the food pantries into that. I think as we have gotten feedback in the multiple working sessions that we've done and the community events that we've done, taken a lot of the input that has been given to us and been incorporating that into what hopefully will ultimately come before this body. So food pantries is one of those for me in including those. On transportation, I think in an ideal world, what you listed in that transportation column is all good and appropriate. My only issue with getting down to the social activities part is capacity and funding, right?
Absolutely.
So to me, the things that occur on that list higher are getting at other social determinants of health. And hopefully we can incorporate social aspects into transportation, but I think we got to see where ultimately the funding lies.
Oh, absolutely. And I would not disagree with you at all. This was by adding that one, just keeping in mind, the role that enrichment opportunities play in mental health. But I would agree. I mean, in all the best practices would agree, focus on those key social determinants of health, right? Access to food, access to healthcare, right? Those two alone, we know definitely have massive impacts on an individual's life. So I think once again, there's starting points and then there are things that we build towards. And I think that as long as we're messaging to the community, like where we're going, where are we starting and where are we going? If people have line of sight, then there tends to be a lot more understanding. Yeah.
And that might also be one that the senior centers provide, right? Because if they can't get their members to the senior center for the activities, right, they'll need the transportation. So it's another way to think about funding it.
The cohort idea I like a lot. I think the more that we can invest in these things, which are relatively low cost, as Sue, as you pointed out, to understand the impact, to collect that information, not only in data form, but a story form, is only going to feed and improve the cycles that follow. I really am interested in that idea. And the final thing I want to touch on is under your service priority areas, you had access to healthcare. I wanted to get a little bit more into what you envision and define as access to healthcare. If you had any more thoughts you might want to add onto that.
Well, we built off of the proposal that you developed, and there were all these, right, workshops and trainings, education programs that were really going to help folks. Some of that is bringing information to older adults, so doing more home-based education. So when we think about healthcare, it's not just the transportation piece of getting them to a medical appointment, but it's really access to the information, right, that they need in order to take care of themselves. So that comes up again and again as a major priority, just nationally.
In our conversations with the Washtenaw Health Plan too, about, those that come trying to access services, right? Understanding how do they enroll in opportunities. We know that is something that a lot of older adults, especially in our rural communities, don't necessarily know what that looks like. And so so that's one more way that we're trying to, there are already existing organizations that are doing great work in our county. How can we utilize like transportation to get them to those kinds of services? So I think it goes well beyond just the doctor's appointment, or the appointments with a therapist. It's how can they access the Washtenaw Health Plan? How can they get to X, Y, and Z? So does that?
Yes, yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
More expansive than simply getting somebody to a doctor's appointment.
Absolutely,
So I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Of course. Move to Commissioner Scott.
It's very simple because I think that other commissioners have expounded on some of the things that I've thought about, and I appreciate this, but just to your point about COFU, I said this today when we had an NHSP meeting, my idea is that although we don't have COFU anymore, we should have coordinated informed funding. And so I'm going to call you, and maybe you can be my partner in good trouble and really getting this rolling, because I have a lot of ideas about it.
I will give you my cell phone number after the meeting. If
I
you would
love
like.
that. Thank you.
Move to Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. The main thing I wanted to say, given the limited time, is I need time, obviously, to dig into the proposal here a little bit more. The main thing that I have a problem with in the setup of it is that in sort of describing the context, system context, the county is not listed under service providers, and I think it is key and essential for the county to be considered also as a service provider, in addition to it being a convener and all the other things that you had listed. But the county itself is a service provider, and as we approach this plan, I want to make sure that we're considering that not only in the aspects of the services we already provide that we can augment, but also providing new services as well in our community. And as I've said in the past, I think that's really important that the county is a service provider, because it creates continuity and longer term investments, I think, that are not subject to a 1 year, 2 year, 3 year grant. We have staff, they're working for us. It's a permanent commitment that the county makes. So the services themselves become more permanent in that way.
Yeah, and just so for reference, when you're looking at the aging strategy that you're referencing right now, that body of work was completed in 2024. That is not meant to say that the county isn't providing services, but some of the feedback from a lot of the commissioners at that time was that there wasn't necessarily a desire to expand on county services. The role that was lifted up was that the county can keep those services, but wanting to lean into that funder and convener role. But once again, I recognize that was point in time. So like boards change, right? Understandings change, the funding landscape changes. So that was in our efforts, in that was to echo a lot of the comments of the commissioners to not be like the sole provider of services in the county. But your point is absolutely taken.
Yeah, just my own thoughts to build off that is I wish we still had a coordinated funding model. If we can get a coordinated spending model, that's what I would take. And I appreciate your comments earlier in terms of trying to make sure that the other providers sort of sing to the same tune that the county does so that that spectrum of services covers more people. Commissioners, any other questions here for our presentation at this time? Thank you so much for being with us.
Oh, thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Move to item 6, which is items for current or future discussion. Seeing none, Chair, I'd ask if you want to state a time or an amount of time. 7:10. Right. Entertain a motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye. We are adjourned.
Good evening. I am. So I'm just establishing that I'd like to call this meeting to order. Thank you. I am calling this meeting of the Board of Commissioners on May 7th to order. First thing we do on our agenda is rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Ashlyn, could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Beaman,
Present.
Commissioner Hod,
Here.
Commissioner Labar.
Here.
Commissioner Light. Commissioner Machewski,
Here.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders. Commissioner Scott,
Here.
Commissioner Somerville.
Here. Great. Generally at this time, we have public participation. I'm not pulling a fast one. We will still have public participation, but I'm just going to move up 3 of our honorary resolutions before we do public participation, so we can make sure that these people are getting the recognition that they deserve at this time. I think those items, commissioners, on your agenda are items in the single reading. It is C, it is F, it is I, and it is J. And while you're there, you can cross off H. We will be revisiting that potentially at the next meeting. So the first resolution, let's just go. Oh, maybe I'm not going to go in order. We're still looking for that one. Let's start with F. Is that okay? Are you doing that one? Is that okay? Okay. Give us 1 second and we're going to get this family who's here. This is a resolution honoring the life and legacy of Deshaun Dante Leith, and his family is here. Derek Jackson just went to get them, and Commissioner Annie Somerville will be sharing this resolution with us. I believe also with Commissioner Somerville is Mayor Nicole Brown, who is the mayor of Ypsilanti. Oh, and Crystal Light also is going to also do this resolution with us too. Thank you, Crystal. Commissioner Light. So cute in her boots. Look at her. Okay. It's good testing the mics, man. I love it. So representing the county up here right now, we have Commissioner Somerville, Commissioner Light, Derek Jackson, our racial equity officer, and then from the city of Ypsilanti, Mayor Nicole Brown. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to start off by saying that Deshaun did a lot of work throughout Washtenaw County. He did not just do work in District 6. He covered many areas of Ann Arbor, a lot of space in Superior Township, Ypsi City, Pittsfield Township, and Ypsilanti Township. I think sometimes people think that maybe only this work was happening in District 6, but it actually spread throughout the county. And Crystal and I, because we both share Superior, we've seen a lot of the work that Deshaun did with Underdog Nation firsthand. So I'm really grateful that we have an opportunity to honor his life with his family present today. So I'll start by reading a resolution honoring the life and legacy of Deshaun Dante Leith. Whereas Deshaun Dante Leith, born on May 1st, 1994 in Detroit, Michigan, overcame significant personal challenges, including early involvement with the juvenile justice system and incarceration, to become a beacon of hope and transformation for Washtenaw County. And whereas upon his release in 2021, Deshaun channeled his lived experience into transformative action, founding Underdog Nation, a nonprofit organization dedicated to uplifting at-risk youth affected by community violence in Washtenaw County. Through mentorship, academic support, athletic development, and community center events, he provided safe spaces and positive role models for young people. And whereas Deshawn served on the board of directors for We the People Opportunity Farm, an organization offering employment development opportunities for formerly incarcerated individuals.
His involvement began as an intern, reflecting his commitment to give back to the community that supported his transformation. And whereas in 2023, Deshawn became an employee of Washtenaw County government when he accepted the role community outreach worker with the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office, focusing on juvenile violence prevention. His role exemplified his dedication to bridging gaps between law enforcement and the community. And whereas Deshawn, as a debt-free justice transformative justice fellow, exhibited remarkable dedication to dismantling systematic inequalities. His impactful work at the national level focused on challenging the punitive nature of fines and fees on young people. In 2023, his tireless efforts cumulated in a published report which explored how juvenile court fines and fees impacted the financial well-being and emotional experiences of families involved in the justice system here in Washtenaw County. His advocacy for the abolition of fines and fees leaves a tangible legacy and a roadmap for change. Whereas in 2024, Deshawn joined Washtenaw My Brother's Keeper as a full-time project specialist, where he dedicated himself to the crucial work of reshaping narratives, practices, and policies directly impacting the lives of futures of young men and boys of color in Washtenaw County. Whereas Deshawn's unwavering faith, deep compassion, and powerful purpose inspired many. He believed in second chances and dedicated his life to uplifting others, demonstrating that one's past does not define one's future. And whereas the sudden passing of Deshawn on April 4th, 2025 has left a profound void in this community, his legacy continues to inspire efforts towards justice, equity, and support for marginalized youth. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners honors the life and the legacy of Deshawn Dante Leaf, recognizing his significant contributions to youth advocacy, community empowerment, and the transformative justice. We extend our deepest condolences to his family, friends, and all who were touched by his remarkable journey. We love Deshawn. We love you all, and we will continue to do the fight and to do the work. His spirit lives on. I'm praying for you. Yes.
Yeah, you're welcome to say something if you'd like, you don't have to.
We would like to thank everybody for this award, for everybody being involved. And the marathon continues. Underdog Nation will live forever. We appreciate all the support, all your help. And whatever we do after this, just continue to help us, uplift us. Thank you.
I would like to say thank you. We appreciate everybody who supported our brother and the love that he had. And we overwhelmed with the joy and the love that everybody been giving him. And we appreciate all of this. We'd like to say thank y'all. Real.
Yes. Hi, I just want to say thank you for not letting his legacy die with him. And thank you for believing in him because all he wanted to do was help people. He just wanted people to see him for who he was and not what he used to be. Because he was a kid. Like, you cannot fault him for doing things. He was a kid. He did not know. And as he grew, he just wanted kids to see that people believe in you. And you don't have to be judged by anything that you have been through. Your obstacles do not determine your future. And that's all he believed in. And I just want to thank everybody for just believing in him so he can believe in other people. Because if y'all didn't believe in him, it would be hard for him to just keep believing in himself. So I thank y'all.
Does anybody else want to add anything? No one? Okay. Thank you for letting us read this.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Yusuf Rabi, Commissioner Yusuf Rabi, to present our next resolution, which is a resolution proclaiming May 5th as Missing and Murdered Indigenous Peoples Awareness Day in Washtenaw County. Tough. It's tough. I think, Yusuf, will you make sure you tell us who you're at the podium with too? Andrea Pearson, I am not sure who else.
I'm actually going to let them introduce themselves because hopefully they'll say a few words once I'm done. But thank you all for the opportunity here to read this tribute proclamation of May 5th as Missing and Murdered Indigenous Peoples Awareness Day in Washtenaw County. This is a very important resolution and one that we've worked really closely with Andrea and Crow on for some time. We did it last year as well, and it was very important that we do it again this year. We are 2 days late, but we're keeping the conversation going despite that. And we, obviously, this was our first meeting of the month, so we wanted to make sure to do it. And so I'm going to read a little bit of this. I might read the whole thing. We'll see how I do. But whereas American Indian and Alaska Native peoples are more specifically American Indian and Alaska Native women and girls have long endured domestic violence, homicide, sexual assault, and abuse at disproportionately higher rates than other groups. And whereas on this Murdered and Missing Indigenous Persons Awareness Day, we reaffirm our commitment to honor the lives of murdered and missing American Indian and Alaska Native peoples, particularly women and girls, and continue to shine a light on the egregious and unconscionable treatment towards and against American Indian and Alaska Native peoples. And whereas this day of observance brings awareness to the staggering number of abducted and murdered Indigenous women and girls, where more than 4 out of 5 American Indian and Alaska Native women have experienced violence in their lifetime, including more than half who have experienced sexual violence. I just want to pause on that and maybe read it again because I think that's really significant. Whereas this day of observance brings awareness to the staggering number of abducted and murdered Indigenous women and girls, where more than 4 out of 5 American Indian and Alaska Native women have experienced violence in their lifetime, including more than half who have experienced sexual violence. Whereas in some areas of the country, Indigenous women are murdered at a rate of 10 times the national average, and acts of violence are committed against 85% of Indigenous Two-Spirit people. And whereas in response to this epidemic of violence, the Washtenaw County is committed to working with tribal governments to address this historic traumas experienced by American Indian and Alaska Native peoples, and to develop policies and procedures necessary to allocate resources to reduce, investigate, and resolve incidents of violence perpetuated against American Indian and Alaska Native peoples, and more specifically, American Indian and Alaska Native women and girls. And whereas the state of Michigan is home to 12 tribal nations, more than 100,000 American Indian Alaska Natives, and whereas identifying the root cause of the danger to Indigenous peoples is key to identifying solutions, we must address the systemic causes, collect and report data, reduce and eliminate violence, and help Indigenous women and girls heal from violence. And whereas on this day, we reaffirm our commitment to bringing an end to the silent crisis happening amongst American Indian and Alaska Native communities across the country and in Michigan, and remaining silent no more. And whereas to address the high rates of violence against Indigenous people, the state of Michigan, the MMIP task force was created to combat abuse and violence. A tip line was established, 517-284-0008, to connect families of murdered and missing Indigenous persons to federal, state, and tribal resources. Now therefore be it resolved that the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners proclaims May 5th as Missing and Murdered Indigenous Peoples Awareness Day in Washtenaw County. And joining me, I want to first ask Andrea to come up and say a few words. Andrea is a dear friend and somebody that has been a champion and a fighter on this issue for many years. Andrea.
Thank you.
Hello, Ani. I'm going to introduce myself in my language. So, Wasandekoi Indigenakas, Wakanaka Singo Dawa Nadojaba, Makwa Nadodam. So I'm Andrea Pierce, but my spirit name is the Northern Lights Woman, and I'm from Little Traverse Bay Band of Odawa Indians, which is up by Petoskey, Harbor Springs area, including Mackinac. I'm Bear Clan, so I'm a protector of the forest. That's my job, is to protect. And that's what I'm trying to do here is make it an awareness so that you know, and this community here knows, is that Native American people, women, men, children, are being hurt, killed. And it's terrible. It's just sickening. I'm also part of the Washtenaw Environmental Council. I protect the water. And also the Huron River Watershed. Again, we're protecting the water. Nishnabit Caucus Chair. And I'm asking you to please pass this resolution. We need to bring awareness to the loss of lives that is happening on a daily basis. To bring awareness through this, we're losing our lives from domestic violence, sexual abuse, kidnapping, human sexual trafficking happens. And laws that affect Native Americans, if they exist, are not enforced. Our records just disappear. And so do our people. For me, as I protect the water, I find that fossil fuel constructions and digging is a big cause of it because I'm up there by Mackinac. That's where my people are from. And there are tunnels coming through, and I'm terrified. I was up there this weekend. We had a community event that we have every year, and that's the big talk, is who's going to disappear when that comes through? Who are we going to lose? And I think it's just terrifying that my people are afraid that they're going to be killed and disappear and nobody will care. So we do have a task force, MMIP task force, against number is 517-284-0008, so that if anybody is listening that has lost family, that they can call that or write it down in case they do lose family. We really do not want to become extinct. And that's what this is part of. This MMIP and Missing and Murdered Indigenous People is keeping us from being extinct. I'm going to introduce you to my love of my life here, Black Crow. And I want you to know he's going to come and speak about this. And he's here on his birthday fighting for Native rights. So I just wanted to add that in.
Sio. The Chicago and the Chicago. So I guess Nestaya Konanish. What I say is I'm from North Carolina. My Sturban Cherokee. My clan is Pain Clan. Well, thank you for letting us speak for our people. It is everywhere in this country, our people keep disappearing without justice. We don't have voice. We don't have a resource or people in power to help us to find our loved ones when disappear. And take months, take years. Oh yeah, we found them in the landfill. We found them in the middle of nowhere, the unrecognizable bodies. It is sad to live in this world in 2024, and we still see this happening. Again, thank you everybody for take time and take care of this matter. And I'm pretty sure my people and the people, the local NAIR people here, they will gladly appreciate for the hard work you guys do for us. Jimmy Wedge, I speak another language. Thank you.
Me, I'm next. I'm changing position.
My resolution that I'm presenting to you tonight is a little bit different, but this is a resolution recognizing National Nurses Week, May 6th to 12th, and honoring the contribution of nurses in Washtenaw County and beyond. For that, I'm going to look for Jimena and Nafia Reed Saunders. Okay, come on up. Nafia, right? Okay. Nafia is the new director of nursing in our health department. Welcome, fellow nurse. I'm going to read this resolution and then we'll all clap and love this. Whereas National Nurses Week is celebrated annually from May 6th through May 12th, ending on the birthday of Florence Nightingale, the founder of modern nursing. And whereas nurses represent the largest group of healthcare professionals in the United States, with over 4.4 million registered nurses nationwide and more than 160,000 in the state of Michigan, providing care across every healthcare setting. And whereas the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics projects that the country will need more than 200,000 new registered nurses each year through 2031 to meet growing healthcare demands and replace retiring professionals, kids go into nursing. Whereas, that's not in the resolution, I just added that. Whereas Americans have ranked nurses as the most trusted profession for over 2 decades, according to the Gallup poll, consistently recognizing their honesty, ethics, and compassionate care. And whereas on average, nurses walk 4 to 5 miles during a single 12-hour shift, not in the resolution, my record is 12, often more than double what most people walk in a day, demonstrating both physical stamina and tireless commitment to their patients. And whereas Washtenaw County is proud to recognize and celebrate the contributions of nurses serving in our public health department and community mental health services who provide critical care, education, and advocacy for our most vulnerable residents. And whereas nurses are leaders and innovators, increasingly serving in roles such as hospital CEOs, public health directors, policy advisors, researchers, and elected officials. Whereas we honor the legacies of pioneering nurses, such as Mary Eliza Mahoney, as you'd say in this country, the first Black professional U.S. nurse in the U.S., Lillian Wald, who founded the Henry Street Settlement in New York City, a hub for public health nursing and social reform, Linda Richards, the first professionally trained American nurse, and Mabel Keaton Stoppers, a trailblazing advocate for racial equity in nursing who played a vital role in desegregating the U.S. Army Nurse Corps during World War II. And whereas the commitment of nurses to our health equity, disease prevention, patient education, and community resilience is essential foundation of our healthcare and public health services. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners hereby proclaims May 6th through May 12th, 2025 as National Nurses Week in Washtenaw County and extends heartfelt appreciation and admiration to all nurses for their enduring commitment to the health and well-being of our communities. And be it further resolved that this resolution should be shared with the nurses of Washtenaw County, especially those working in our public health department and community mental health agency, and that we uplift and celebrate their service, not just this week, but throughout the year. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God. Oh my God. You want to say anything? You don't want to say anything? Okay.
I want to thank Commissioner Scott for bringing this resolution forward. What she didn't say in here also is that nurses are some of the smartest people in the world. So trust your nurse.
Jane was the former director of nursing at the health department. She's a big part of this. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for this. Nice to see all of you again.
Thank you. We'll take a picture. Okay. And then Justin, we'll have you come up for the next resolution. Okay. All right. Yeah. Wait, let me take this thumb down. Kind of 11 stacks. Very nice. Thank you. Oh my God. So we're finding out the nurses we know in common now, the nursing. We'll talk. Thank you. I know. Sorry.
Thank you.
I think you're staying up here.
Yeah. Our guests here.
Okay. So for everybody waiting for public comment, this is the last one. So bear with us a little while longer. Can we have all of our friends from the health department and the state join us up here? Okay, this is everybody. Might want to give them the shot. You look, give them the shot. Okay. That's everybody? You're moving in? Moving, all right, good. All right, so I have a resolution recognizing Washtenaw County's Health Department for achieving state accreditation through the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, Agriculture and Rural Development, and Environment, Great Lakes, and Energy. Always happy to be here with our friends from the Health Department. So whereas Washtenaw County Health Department is mandated to be the state accredited agency, and whereas state accreditation exists to test department systems that keep our community healthy and safe from disease and injury, and whereas local health departments play a critical role in protecting and improving the health of people and communities and provide a range of services aimed at promoting healthy behaviors, preventing and controlling disease outbreaks and injuries, ensuring access to safe food, clean water, fresh air, and life-saving immunizations, and preparing for and responding to public health emergencies. And whereas Washtenaw County Health Department has passed accreditation over the past 8 cycles, it's great. Yeah. Whereas Washtenaw County Health Department participated in cycle 8 for state accreditation in May of 2024 after the Michigan Local Public Health Accreditation and state agencies lifted their pause on accreditation activities during the COVID pandemic. And whereas Washtenaw County Health Department was evaluated across programs using 54 different minimum program requirements. That's a lot of program requirements. And whereas the focus of Cycle 8 accreditation was rebuilding and strengthening Michigan's governmental public health system with an emphasis on building relationships between state and local program staff, assessing the unique needs for each local health department, providing capacity building assistance, and identifying and developing supports to meet the needs of local health, both individually and collectively. And whereas Washtenaw County Health Department's Cycle 8 accreditation site visit report highlights many areas of strength, such as, we have some quotes from the report here, it looks like, the output of the epidemiological team at Washtenaw County Health Department is exceptional. Good, so snap to that one, it's good. There were multiple initiatives that would place Washtenaw County Health Department as the chief community health convener or catalyst for public health improvement action. These 4 initiatives stood out: Community Voices for Health Equity, Washtenaw Immunization Action Coalition, the Health Equity Council, and the Pollution Prevention Program. It's another good one. Washtenaw County Health Department is to be commended for the variety of community and consumer outreach avenues to promote food safety in the community. So those are the 4 things from the report. There's more, it's a long one. Whereas the Michigan Departments of Health and Human Services, Agriculture and Rural Development, and Environment, Great Lakes, and Energy, along with the Michigan Local Public Health Accreditation Commission, formally acknowledged the continued accreditation status of the Washtenaw County Health Department on February 10th, 2025. And whereas this achievement demonstrates the incredible local accomplishments made possible through the hard work of a dedicated and committed staff that's invested in establishing and maintaining the best possible systems and high quality, responsiveness, and effective services to support and improve the health of all in Washtenaw County. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners hereby recognizes Washtenaw County Health Department as a state accredited public health department with exemplary systems, staff, and services in place, and confirms and supports its ongoing commitment to transparency, accountability, and continuous quality improvement. All right, congratulations, everybody. Thank you. Camilla's going to talk now, and I think this is incredibly impactful, especially given the assaults that we're seeing across the country from the federal government on public health as an institution and as a field. So we should take great joy in this.
Thank you so much, commissioners and Commissioner Hodge. Thank you. What can I say? It is an honor to be your local health department. None of this could be achieved, though, without the great work of our team, and many of them are here tonight. So a big thank you to all of them, including the staff that aren't here, as well as the public who supports our work and values local public health. Without saying more, I could go on, but we have a special guest. I want to give her an opportunity to say a few words. Laura Della Rambalier, who's the Director of Local Health Services from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, has joined us from Lansing tonight. So I wanted to give her a warm welcome and give her a chance to say a few words.
Well, thank you very much for having me. I really could not do better than that presentation just now. So thank you, Commissioner Hodge. I really appreciate the opportunity to recognize all of the hard work that is done every single day by Washtenaw County Health Department. I also have my colleague Sahil Bhatia with me as well. We function as a liaison at the state to all local health departments in the state. So we are the home for local public health accreditation, and we also are the yellow pages and the poll here in case of emergency, just to try to expedite responses from the state and to support local public health every single day. As noted, I'll just add a couple of observances. I won't repeat anything that's already been said, that we noticed when we reviewed the report from last May. There are certain things that do stand out and that they happen very quickly, such as the instance in which Washtenaw County Health Department had to use the health threat to others procedure to intervene with a pregnant woman with syphilis who was refusing treatment. So I think the thing that's always an emphasis to remember is that those measures are only a last resort. That's after seeking to educate, seeking to understand what the other person's perspective is, and it's there as a break glass in case of emergency situation. And Washtenaw followed all the steps, and after formal warnings, the individual did comply with the necessary interventions. So they didn't actually have to enforce that order. That's really important. I think that that local health departments always seek to get agreement in the first place. Also, additionally, the case management and supporting staff at Washtenaw County Health Department are exemplary. In one instance, they identified a child who was awaiting surgery and living in a car with his father. Washtenaw County personnel worked to provide them with housing. One thing that really stuck out to me personally in this moment, when we're dealing with measles outbreaks in the state, Washtenaw participates in a pullover prevention clinic that allows people to get their cars fixed and prevent traffic stops and get immunizations at the same time. I have not heard of anyone else doing that, and it's really innovative and exciting to hear that. Additionally, and finally, I'll just say that the WIC staff at Washtenaw County Health Department display excellent customer service and provide client-based centered appointments to support their participants. Their teamwork and dedication are shown through the connections they are making with families. Many families stay with Washtenaw WIC even if they do move to another area. So with that, I just want to say congratulations and thank you for allowing us to support you.
We'll get pictures. Ashley will come and take pictures. She's coming.
Ashley will come and take, and I just want to point out that like 3 of those public health people asked me where my sunscreen was. Even thinking about public health as they were getting the public health award. What? Oh, that's okay. Take a picture now. It's perfect. I saw. With my car 11 specs on. Hate this. So much better than I was. I mean, not like different. All right, well, now we will settle into the next portion of our meeting, which is the public comment section of the meeting. When you come to the podium for public comment, you will have 3 minutes to make public comment. There is a little handy light system on the podium. Yeah, there you go. You're like Vanna White up there. That's fantastic. It's a green light, means you're good to go. Yellow is like, you, don't tell the sheriff I said this, but it's like speed up. It's yellow, because the light is soon gonna be red. If you go over to the time, I will stop you. I'll try to let you finish a sentence. I'm not that rude. Let you finish a sentence, but I will interrupt you in the interest of trying to keep things fair for everybody. I'm just gonna kind of preamble public comment a little bit too, and just say that I think probably a lot of you are here on this ongoing issue we have with Homeland Security. And to clarify, the board as a whole, not necessarily unanimous, but we did take into account legal counsel from many different legal authorities, and determined that we had no legal recourse to not comply with the I-9 investigation. We do have outside legal counsel that we have secured that I personally, speaking as myself personally, am very excited that we have secured. They had to review our information and decide if they were interested in taking this case. They did. We will be meeting with them in closed session soon after public comment is done. And I can also update you that we did send communication yesterday to Homeland Security declining to comply with their administrative subpoena. Thought you might like that. Okay, with that, public comment, 3 minutes, name, township, go. Oh, you can, Yusuf wants me to tell you as the tall person, and I will tell you as the short person. You can raise and lower that podium if you're uncomfortable and need it to be a different height. Thank you.
Presume you meant the mic and not the podium. The whole podium? Oh my gosh. No, I'm gonna leave it there. Thank you very much. Got my poll right here too, so, okay. I got a lot out of that, so I appreciate actually that you delayed public comment for that. I'm James McCarter, 3580 Hudson Street, Dexter. Tonight, I will take precisely 2 minutes and 49 seconds. I understand that you are really good and thoughtful people, and that the feds are putting each of you in an extremely tight squeeze. And when you're staring down injustice, I hope that you don't bite your tongue. My sister, when love is gone, my mother, when love is gone, in our darkest hour, hope lingers on. My father, when peace is gone, my father, when peace is gone, in our darkest hour, hope lingers on. I will not fade, and I will not fear. Our darkest hour, hope lingers here. My sister, when he thought his father is gone, he thought his father is gone. Song.
Justice is gone. Justice is gone. My God is gone. Love lingers here. Love lingers here.
We will exit and free up the seats, and thank you for your patience.
Okay, if that didn't just solidify that we live in the best community in the world, I don't know what else would. All right, our next speaker.
That was absolutely beautiful. I have been around the county for 36 years and I've never seen such a beautiful act of community and presenting themselves to the county. My name is Letitia Lamel Sharp. I am your Washtenaw County Treasurer. I have been in this seat since December 5th, 2024. And I don't want to take up the people's time because I do believe that this is the people's business. And I consider myself a treasure for the people. So I want to give them that opportunity. There's a lot of folks that are here that want to speak to the board tonight. So I just wanted to make it, I wanted to talk to you. And I sent an email to each one of you individually after I had a meeting with the leadership. And I asked for some feedback on that email. I got no response. Outside of personal politics, I am a countywide elected official, and out of respect for that, if any one of the commissioners would have ever emailed me or called me, I would return your call. I would return your email. So I would just ask that I will send another email through the portal as I was directed, and in hopes that I can get a response. I have some concerns about some challenges that I have in the office, and I think you would want to know if there's some concerns in the treasurer's office as well as challenges, because that is kind of the bank of the county. You would want to know that. So I respect each of you in your roles as commissioners. And as one of the 5 countywide elected officers, I am not asking for respect. I'm saying that I am your treasurer as well as you are the board. So please take a look at your email. I will send you an email, and I will say that I do believe that government is supposed to take care of its people. And I'm glad that there's a good show out here. And I want the public to know that at the treasurer's office, we do not ask immigration status when we are delivering services or providing resources. So I stood before you a couple weeks ago, and I said that I was here to support you, and I still do that. But please, I shouldn't have to come to a board meeting to ask the board to speak to their treasurer. Thank you.
Those are a lot of tough acts to follow. My name is Yvonne Cudney. I'm the Community Outreach Coordinator for the Housing Bureau for Seniors, and I'm the Secretary of the Board of Directors for the Ypsi Senior Center, as well as a resident of the city of Ypsilanti. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for drafting and considering this resolution to allocate funds to a local food bank that serves the entire county, as well as the Senior Crisis Intervention Program, AKA SKIP, which also serves the entire county. SKIP is a collaboration of 6 senior-focused agencies, specifically HBS, or the Housing Bureau for Seniors, Jewish Family Services, Catholic Charities, Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti Meals on Wheels, and Legal Services of South Central of Michigan. See, I used to live in California. Occasionally, other agencies will join us. The Housing Bureau for Seniors has acted as the lead coordinator of SKIP for some years. SKIP convenes regularly to engage in collaborative problem solving and assessing cases to determine if funding emergency unmet needs will result in sustainability for older adult households. Over the past several years, the collaborative has funded nearly 200 requests for assistance. These requests come from residents residing throughout the entire county and overwhelmingly support their housing-related needs. The majority of requests come from single women, people who live alone, and older adults whose only source of income is Social Security, supplemental security income, AKA SSI, and/or food benefits. In other words, our clients have extremely limited funds to maintain sustainable housing and sufficient food resources. While approving this resolution will not solve all the circumstances that have led older adults to be in such vulnerable situations, it will provide our most vulnerable older adults with a modicum of housing stability and access to food, while the logistics of the older adults millage are worked out. I thank you for addressing these critical issues so timely.
Hello. This is a very tough meeting to attend. Very good, though. My name is Janet Hunko. I'm the Director of the Housing Bureau for Seniors. The Housing Bureau for Seniors is comprised of a small, dedicated team who work with older adults to ensure they stay safely and sustainably housed. The folk we serve are often one crisis away from being homeless. This could mean a minor crisis that throws their monthly budget into a kilter, which over time can become catastrophic. The Senior Crisis Intervention Program, or SKIP, plays a critical role for older adults in our community. I'm reminded of a person who came through SKIP several years ago. They broke their glasses and couldn't afford $100 or so to get them fixed. They had to have them replaced because they needed to drive. They needed to drive to work because they needed to earn money. They needed to earn money to pay their rent. So one small act that SKIP was able to assist literally could have saved this person's housing. I think you get the picture, and that is generally a lot of the way SKIP works. So on behalf of the older adults we serve, the entire HBS team, and the collaborating agencies we partner with, I want to express our sincerest gratitude for your consideration in adopting the resolution to allocate funds for Senior Crisis Intervention Program. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Courtney Vanderlaan. I'm a resident of Ypsi Township and the director of Ann Arbor Meals on Wheels. I want to thank you for your consideration in adopting the resolution to utilize some of the older adult millage dollars for our local food bank and the Senior Crisis Intervention Program. We are seeing significant increases in the number of older adults in our community who are reaching out for nutrition support right now due to the recent cuts to their SNAP benefits and Medicaid benefits, and folks are panicked. As the cost of everything continues to increase, the ability to afford food, housing, medications, caregiving support, and maintain independence is plummeting, leaving so many in our community suffering immensely. We have more work ahead of us than ever before. So thank you for considering the resolution to help meet some of the emergent needs of our neighbors. We know that these needs will continue to be exacerbated due to federal funding cuts, and we will need to do everything possible to leverage our resources and power to protect and care for our neighbors.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Khadija Moiz, and I'm the Executive Director of the Muslim Foster Care Association. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. So I'm a resident of Oakland County, full disclosure, but I'm here on behalf of the Muslim Foster Care Association, founded in 2016, which serves all counties across the state of Michigan. And our mission is simple but powerful. We are dedicated to improving the lives of all Muslim children in foster care. We work to support Muslim children in foster care and those who care for them through advocacy, awareness, education, and direct support. One of the key programs I want to highlight tonight is our mentorship initiative for youth aging out of foster care. As many of you are aware, young adults leaving the system are at a disproportionately high risk of homelessness, poverty, and incarceration. Our mentorship program is designed to break that cycle, connecting these young adults with consistent, caring community mentors who can help them navigate the transition to adulthood, build life skills, and access critical resources. The ultimate goal is to help these young people avoid crisis, build stability, and become thriving, productive members of their communities, including right here in Washtenaw County. In addition to mentorship, we focus on recruiting and training, providing culturally responsive support to our agency partners and their foster families, and offering programs like our Halal Meat Initiative to meet religious dietary needs. We are grateful for the opportunity to build stronger partnerships in Washtenaw County and look forward to working together to make sure all foster youth have the support they need to succeed. Thank you again.
Good evening. My name is Colleen Bean, and I am from the city of Chelsea. I am here, my orange shirt, in response to your I-9 vote. I'm dismayed that I read of a closed session too late to be able to do anything about it or have an input on it. Not happy with the lack of transparency there, to be honest, along with many other people. I'm supportive and encouraged that you are retaining outside counsel, so I'm happy with that. Thank you for that. This current administration in Washington has demonstrated incredible overreach by ICE and with their immigration policy. It's scary beyond belief. These are our neighbors, our friends, and our families. As for the former President Barack Obama just talked about on April 7th at Hamilton College, the most important office in a democracy is the citizen. It is not the president, and this is the former president who's speaking and who quoted this. It is the citizen, and it's our responsibility to speak up for what is right and what is wrong. And I want to leave you with those words. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Dr. Kimberly Jones, and I am a resident of Ypsilanti Township. But I'm here in my role as a member of the Community Violence Intervention Team, of which I've been a member since 2022, when I served under the former Sheriff, Jerry Clayton, as the Director of Innovative Inclusion. I was blessed to join that team. So I've worked with that team for 3 years. We're an eclectic mix of people. Some are formerly incarcerated. Some are survivors of violence. Some have lost or almost lost loved ones to violence. Some are highly educated. I myself have 3 advanced degrees. Others have a unique brand of street wisdom unparalleled by others who sit around the table. What this means is that we have a motley crew of people with diverse backgrounds, economic status, and life experience in the streets, in the classroom, in seats of government, and elsewhere. We are truly the example of the we the people that the Constitution of the United States of America portends to protect. Over the past 3 years, the team has worked hard to reduce community violence in 48197 and 48198, zip codes that Sheriff Clayton's team found to be so-called hotspot areas. We do that by meeting community members where they are, responding to their stated needs, and providing positive activities for engagement. Because we have been successful in this work, the state of Michigan invested almost $1 million in our efforts. This money was earmarked for expansion of the We Live program,
which works to combat retaliatory violence, financial support for the CVIT, and evaluation of both the efforts of We Live and CVIT. A small portion of that money was earmarked for CVIT's annual summit, training CVIT members and paying stipends for CVIT members. These funds went to the WCSO because CVIT had no fiduciary organization to receive the funds. Since Derek Jackson, serving as Director of Community Engagement, had secured the grant and he was a trusted founder of CVIT, along with former Mayor of Ypsilanti, Lois Allen Richardson, the team felt confident that the money would be managed in our best interest. I'm sorry to say that we don't believe that's what's happening. I helped the team over 18 months develop bylaws, articles of incorporation, mission, goals, and vision for a fiduciary to operate for CVIT. We named it Stopping Acts of Violence for Everyone, SAVE, and the team elected me as president. When the new sheriff took office, she made good on her promise to gut the sheriff's office of Clayton's minions. When the current sheriff relieved me of duty, I was sad because I loved the work I was doing, but I decided, because I belong to this community, to stay on CVIT as a volunteer and do the work as president to get SAVE off the ground. I was told that there would be an MOU between the sheriff's office and our group. Then I was told, no, we could not have that. Then I was also told that we need to make sure the money gets where it's supposed to go. And so we have received $0. I've met with some commissioners on this. I brought the strategic plan for SAVE so you can take a look at it, but I'm asking you to help us get the money that was earmarked for us from the state of Michigan, because the sheriff's office would not release it to us. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jane Doe. I live in Pittsfield Township, and I'm here as Jane Doe because I continue to feel unsafe in this national climate that we live in, with irrational actions going on every day and decisions made by a national administration that we have some control over, little control over, or no control over. But I want to come and thank you, because I was here back in April and voiced my concerns. I have family and friends in the impacted undocumented community, and I realize that you all are between a rock and a hard place with a lot of the actions that are coming down from DHS. And I do appreciate that you have taken a public stand, and what I would say is a pretty transparent stand in your public statement, to say that you are going to defend the privacy and the data by hiring the outside legal services that you have. And from the announcement we heard, the action that you took yesterday. So I appreciate that, and just want to say that we continue to be concerned. But as I said before, I know that we are privileged in many ways here in Washington County, as we continue to see many other municipalities across Michigan make contracts with ICE that are beyond, it's beyond ridiculousness that they are doing that in the way that they're impacting their communities and the way they're impacting their most vulnerable populations when they do that. So I appreciate the actions that you all have taken as a board to, again, try and defend that private data. But having said that, I would like to make another request. When we are putting out public statements to the community, I, for one, when I received that public statement and saw that that you said that you were going to keep on defending to your utmost ability the private matter for the Washtenaw County ID, I put that out to a lot of community chats that I'm in, but they're Spanish speaking, so had it translated and then put it out. And I would say, I know this is, Washtenaw County is like, a world full of many languages, so I'm not trying to diminish any other languages, but the impacted community here is mostly Spanish speaking. I'll say the most vulnerable and most impacted community that could be affected by the request for the Washtenaw County ID is mostly Spanish speaking. I know that there's also Arabic speakers as well. So in your continued efforts to show that you're supporting the impacted community. I think it's really helpful just logistically for people to get the message out wide and clear to um, the ones who really need to hear it and need to know that they have this action going on, that you have and continue to try and support and defend them in Spanish, in Arabic, possibly French. I know we have a lot of Haitian members of the community as well that could be affected by this as well. So again, I appreciate all the efforts you're doing, but want to put that out there. And then just continued concern about how we can make
Jane,
sure
Jane,
that we
I'm sorry,
get-
that's time.
I'm sorry.
It's time.
Okay,
Sorry. Yeah,
thank you.
Sorry.
Oh, my name is Amy Prochek. I live in Ann Arbor. I want to thank the commissioners for taking the time to listen to the community and hire special legal counsel to review these disturbing requests from DHS. I appreciate that you are in a difficult position, and I do not envy you. I understand why the decision to allow the I-9 audit was made, but I am still skeptical that DHS is approaching this audit in good faith. I know, and you know, and DHS knows that Washtenaw County is not employing people illegally, okay? That's not why they want to audit your I-9s. There are people in our community who do have legal permission to work, legal status to work, that are not citizens. And what we have seen with this administration is that they will pull the rug out from under that with little notice, and they are going to have all the data they need to go after those people. I want to encourage you to continue to use every available resource and strategy to challenge the illegitimate request for the Washtenaw County ID data. There is no clear federal statute regarding county ID programs, and we have good standing to refuse to comply. And I have just some food for thought for the difficult years ahead. Last month, I attended and spoke at my first Board of Commissioners meeting. The response to public comments from you all, from the commissioners, demonstrated that you are all decent, moral, law-abiding people who care about others and want to do the right thing. You seek to do what is legal because you believe in the rule of law. The problem is that those in charge of our country at the moment are not decent, moral, or law-abiding. They do not care about others and have done everything in their power to subvert due process and the rule of law. I may remind you that at this moment, the executive branch remains in contempt of a federal court ruling to show you how much they care about the rule of law. Responding to demands by following the law in the hopes that they will de-escalate enforcement or stop punishing us for being a so-called sanctuary county is wishful thinking. They will demand nothing less than full compliance, and the least we can do is to grease those wheels of compliance, not with oil, but with molasses. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lexi Reed, and I am a graduate student at the University of Michigan, but also a resident of Ypsilanti Township. First off, I'd like to thank the Board of Commissioners for your current efforts to resist the federal pressure and the ICE brigades attacking our community here in Washtenaw County. While we recognize these efforts and seemingly understand that Attorney General Dana Nessel went over both Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners and local Ann Arbor City Council to conduct these assaults on our community, we continue to implore that you protect our undocumented, underdocumented, and non-citizen community members being targeted by egregious raids and federal demands to relinquish private information. Also to include our pro-Palestine comrades currently being singled out for their efforts for liberation and against genocide. As we continue to see an increase of efforts to demoralize and silence our community members being impacted by the current administration, in addition to harmful efforts at removing them from their own spaces, communities, schools, and businesses, we look to you to utilize your power to continue to protect the most vulnerable while ensuring continued efforts to support frontline community members in their efforts. The members of our community entrust you with this private information and continue to support you with any resistance possible moving forward. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Jeremy Haley, Ipsy Township. I like to say, if you listen to people, they'll tell you who they are. If you watch, they'll show you. And what I saw from all of you the last time I was here, you took the time to listen to everybody. You didn't take a break. You didn't do none of that. And I applaud you for that. I really do. Because from what I've seen at other meetings is, oh, actually, at the Ann Arbor City Council, they'll take the first 45 minutes and go into everything else, possibly go into a closed session. And then the other remaining people have to wait till the end of the meeting to say something. And I've sat through that to see what happens, and the majority of those people leave because they don't sit through it. So thank you. And the other meeting I've been to, which is really extremely hard to get into, is the U of M Regents meeting. All right? I don't know if you know, recently they've reduced the time of speaking of people to 2 minutes. And if you go past the 2 minutes, they have a guy right behind you with an annoying beeper that goes beep really in a high pitch and won't stop until you stop. Okay? And to get into a meeting, not only do you have to give this just title description of what you want to talk about, you have to describe what you want to talk about before you get in there, which is not really free. They're nitpicking it, who they want to hear from and when they want to hear from it. Because I've been wanting to get into talk, I've since last time talked about another issue I've been having with my pain management and my nerve conditions. I don't want to take any more of the fancy drugs. I've had horrible side effects from them. I just want 30 opioid-based pills for 180 days. And I know people's feelings on that, but I'm not an addict. I don't know what it is like to be an addict, because I'm not. But by what U of M is doing to me now is, they're asking me to sign a controlled substance form. I call them Monday and say, I want a copy of that form. And the person on the phone said, well, that form can't leave the building, or it might need to be signed in from your doctor. What kind of form is this that they want me to sign? This is the U of M Michigan health system. That's what I'm saying. There's something wrong, and I want to tell you that, I'm having issues with them, that they're not all what they seem to be, all right? And the free speech, they have to address that. If they're squashing it, they say they're all this, they're not. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Crystal Campbell. I'm a resident of Ypsilanti Township. It is a pleasure to see you all today. This is the first time that I've had the pleasure of speaking with you since my transition to the Sheriff's Office in January of 2025. I stand because I'm the Director of Operations, and I have had the pleasure of inheriting the Community Violence Intervention Grant that was previously mentioned. I want to say first that Sheriff Dyer is extremely supportive of the community violence intervention work. She was a member of the original CVI team and in fact signed a letter of support that helped to secure the grant that we're now talking about. I have received communication from community members and members of the CVI team asking questions about the particular funding that's been budgeted to pay stipends for the community violence intervention team members and to pay for training and travel for community violence intervention team members. And so I'd like to just kind of stick to the facts. All I can speak on is what I've seen since I've been here, and put that with what I know, having participated in the community violence intervention space since 2022. What I know for sure as a fact is that in October of 23, the Sheriff's Office applied for this state grant. The packet included several letters of support, inclusive of a letter of support that the county administrator signed on to, that the current sheriff signed on to and that the former director of community engagement signed on to, in addition to YCS Community Schools and several other community members. In October of that same year, a request for funding or an RFP was submitted by the health department, making this sort of a joint project. That was in October of 23. In December of 2023, the state of Michigan did issue a notice of award. This is when we knew that we would have this funding to support the CVI work. The grant package, the application that was submitted to the state, does not name SAVE as an organization. And in the process of subawarding and contracting, et cetera, SAVE is not the organization that is named there. When I started here in the sheriff's office in January of 2024, the only subaward contracts that had been executed were with the community, were with Washtenaw County Health Department and with the evaluator chart. There was no subaward that had been executed. There was no data use agreement that had been executed that was inclusive of SAVE. I happen to know, because I participated in that space as well, that the bylaws and constitution for SAVE were developed in the summer of 2024. They were voted through the Community Violence Intervention Team in September of 2024. And at that time, our previous commenter was still an employee of the sheriff's office. And so at that time, Corp Counsel would not allow us to go into a contractual relationship with the new nonprofit organization, one person who was the president that was currently an employee of the county. If you look up the organization now, and the sheriff is open and willing to work with the organization as a part of the larger ecosystem. But if you look up the mailing address for SAVE today, that address is 2201 Hogback. And so what the sheriff has encouraged us to do is to find creative solutions to ensure that the funding that has been budgeted through this grant, inclusive of an amendment that was executed in December of 2024, that also did not include SAVE as an agency, is to find creative ways to do it. And so what we've done is executed a contract with an organization that is a known partner to the county, that exists in the CVI space, that has processed state and federal dollars previously, that is willing and able to distribute the stipends that we've discussed and that have been budgeted. So I just want to reemphasize that the sheriff is supportive of the work, that in addition to making sure that the stipends are paid out, they were not paid out prior, and in addition to paying for the Community Violence Intervention Summit, which this grant has done for the last 2 years, we want to make sure that the stipends are paid out in a way that removes any doubt and removes the appearance of impropriety. And subcontracting with an agency that was the president, was a staff member of the sheriff's office at the time that the MOU was developed, could present the appearance that the sheriff's
Crystal,
office
that's
is not
fine.
propriety.
Thank you.
10 seconds. Thank you all so much.
It actually wasn't working, so you had way more than 3 minutes.
Well, I
so,
appreciate it. You all know that I can talk. I thank you.
Hello, everybody. I do project, so I hope everybody can hear me. My name is Emily Schuster Roxberger. I've been a citizen of the state of Michigan since 1975. I'm a little longer in the tooth than a number of you. But I come here as a nobody. I'm a citizen, but I want to let you know that it's important that we look at the humanity of the situation that exists with regard to refugees. And I can only speak to my own personal experience. When I was a senior in high school back in 1971, and probably many of you weren't even born yet, I had the opportunity in New York City, because I'm from New York and I can start talking like that if I want to. But I had the opportunity to work at the consulate of El Salvador in New York near the United Nations as a volunteer. And for 8 hours a day, I spoke Spanish. I was a terrible Spanish student. But when I returned to my teacher in high school after that experience and interacting with refugees and citizens of El Salvador, she said to me, "What happened to you?" porque yo puedo hablar en español en este momento. It changed my ability to speak Spanish. So what has that done for me? I have had friends that enriched my life as citizens of other countries who came here for freedom and justice. As a therapist, and I am an LPC, licensed professional counselor, I conducted therapy in Spanish, helping the Spanish community at Wayne State University. I have helped refugees. They have given me the gift of their culture. I've lived in Mexico and learned how I can interact as a better person. They made me a better person. So with the 51 seconds I have left, I would like to urge all of you as you move forward, and I deeply appreciate all of your input and all of your support. Remember the humanity. Remember what you're doing. Sometimes I know you're engrossed in politics. I worked for the state of Michigan. I understand politics. But remember to go back to the core, and that core is humanity. I had a talk back in April with one of you, and I remain nameless. And that individual said to me that they were going to think out of the box. Please remember to keep thinking out of the box and remember the humanity and the contributions and for me, a very personal contribution that changed my life forever, and immigrants change our lives forever for the good. And then we give back and they give us. We're all part of the one. We're all part of the one. Thank you very much.
Hello,
Going to interrupt. I have just been informed by the clerk, a reminder, name and city or township. That's the information she needs. So just keep
Okay.
that in mind. Thanks.
hi, my name is Ruth Cassidy. I'm a resident of Ypsilanti Township. So I just wanted to come and speak in support of the commissioner's decision to defend the privacy of the Washington ID program. It's such a useful program, not just for immigrants, but basically anybody who has difficulty getting traditional forms of ID. And I see it as reflecting our values as a welcoming community, which is really important and something I hope that we can continue reaffirming and grounding ourselves in, even in the face of intimidation tactics. So I also wanted to emphasize the importance of this program and encourage other allies to get the Washington ID. This is something that's available to almost any resident of our county. And it's been an important program, so it's important to defend the privacy and also to reduce the stigma of this. Thank you.
Anyone else in the room for public comment?
Hello, my name is Ezra. I'm from Chelsea, Michigan. So it's my understanding that you've already turned over the I-9 forms, which include citizenship-related information to the Department of Homeland Security. And I just want to ask, at which point will it end? Because you will continue to be asked by our corrupt federal government for personal information that endangers our communities. Like, at what point will the complicity stop? I understand we all kind of, Ann Arbor purports itself to be a bastion of progress, and people pat themselves on the back for the inclusivity of our community. But when will you step up to protect the people that make our community so great? And I'd just like to end this by saying that just following orders has never been an acceptable defense. It was not an acceptable defense at The Hague, and it won't be an acceptable defense when we remember you in history.
Any more public participation from the room?
Hi, my name is Marjorie Ziefert. I'm a resident of the Old West Side in Ann Arbor and a about 50-year resident of Washtenaw County. I stand here tonight really saddened. Oh, thank you. This is the kind of service we should be getting in our county. I'm here really confused, saddened, angry, and really scared. And probably scared is the description that is best. We left this meeting. We were here a month ago, I guess it was now, and or 3 weeks ago, and we left the meeting feeling really confident and hopeful because we heard your determination to resist ICE and to protect all of the citizens in our community. To then hear that this commitment was not honored was pretty shocking. I left here feeling really good that everything was going to be fine, that you guys were all on board and had the strength to do what needed to be done. But that's not what happened. And your actions actually did make people unsafe. There are people who are not safe now because those I-9s are in the hands of the federal government. And again, your action really doesn't bode well for what's about to happen, because that same commitment I hear from you tonight about not giving over the ID information, I can walk out of here and come back and find out that that happened. It's just really uncomfortable to feel like you had given in that way. And those threats will continue. They're going to continue. Extortionists don't give up because you give them something. They keep going. So we're really at this moment asking you to please, please hold the line in terms of the ID information. Whatever information you have, they're gonna try to get it, and you're gonna have to be a lot stronger to be able to resist. We will be here, we will support you, we will do what we need to do to help you to do this resistance. But all of us are gonna be worse off if you don't keep up this resistance. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Anyone else in the room? Yep, come on up.
Hi, my name is Jared Eno. I live here in Ann Arbor, and I am here to kind of echo the concerns of the last couple speakers, the last many speakers. I am shocked that you all shared data with this fascist administration, the federal government. I think this is the people's data, and you should think about it that way. This is data that you are entrusted with, and you have made these people less safe by giving that over to a reckless and malevolent administration that is seeking to harm people in our communities. So shame on you for sharing that data. And as previous speakers have said, you should share no more data, and you should seek to protect as well as possible the folks who you have already compromised. I don't need to say, but I'll make it explicit. The federal administration is targeting the most vulnerable among us first, but they are coming for all of us in all of our communities. So what you have done has made everybody here less safe. This is why so many people, I think, are outraged at these actions that you have taken, and that you are complying with the federal government that is against all of us. What you need to do is stand up to this, and we expect you to stand up to this. I am a university student. I'm part of the Graduate Employees Organization, and I can just say from the university context, as you probably know, the federal government went in and arbitrarily canceled a whole bunch of people's visas, people's SEVIS status, and terrorized a lot of international students. And there was a massive pushback and non-compliance with those orders, and the feds backed down. They reinstated a lot of those statuses, and they're no longer going after that part. And this, of course, is due to the steadfastness of all these international students and comrades around the country. We understand that this is a temporary reprieve. Obviously, this is not going to stop, but it shows that what the federal government is doing is they're searching for weak points. They're looking for the weak points, and you need to show them strength. Do not give in, push back, do not comply, and get them to back off for the safety of our entire community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jen Schlitt. I live in Ypsilanti. I was here during the last meeting about protecting our immigrant neighbors and left quite proud of this community and of the commissioners for standing strong against the attacks from the cruelty of our current administration. I didn't speak up then because the voices of my fellow residents were so clear and strong. I was surprised, dismayed, and then rather heartbroken to hear that the I-9 data of county employees was handed over without any public notice. So now I will speak up. I'll spare you my singing voice though, because it's not that great and they kind of killed it earlier. We need to defy and not comply. I'm asking you to protect all data from the county that could impact non-citizen residents. Capitulation is not a solution. I'm the granddaughter of 4 immigrants. All came to Michigan and all left their homes immediately after or before World War II. Fleeing imminent war and the beginnings of persecution for those fighting for workers' rights in Germany. We've seen already labor leaders picked up by ICE. Leaving after Polish village was overrun and years of forced labor. We're seeing folks being sent overseas. Like so many immigrants before and since they arrived in Michigan, and they arrived Western Shire, because no one leaves home unless home is the mouth of a shark. I'm really glad they found refuge in a new home here and my home here. I believe in gratitude for that. My mom often taught English to new immigrants and helped folks study for their citizenship exam. I began doing this same 8 years ago with a couple newly arrived from Syria, via a few other countries. I'm lucky to have made new lifelong friends and basically have a second family with them, and I've known the kids most of their lives now. And they're all citizens now, thank God, because I don't know how much more fear I'd have if they weren't, but we got that far. When the ICE raids began happening, their 11-year-old daughter quietly told me, just to me, that only 10 kids in her class had shown up out of just under 30. I asked if they were sick or just scared, and she said they were scared. Her friend, a refugee like her, but with a green card, said she was scared for herself and her family. And it broke my heart because she was right. Because we've seen that legal status doesn't amount much to these days. This administration doesn't give a damn about legality or decency. It is the county's responsibility to now give legal and other protective support to non-citizens who may be negatively impacted by the I-9 decision. Please do at least that. And protect our neighbors and our communities as much as you are able. Give those kids and their parents one less thing to constantly fear. What's happening now is unprecedented in America, at least in my lifetime. I thank the board and appreciate you've done all so far. Thank you for hearing us out past 2 meetings. But I urge you to rise to this moment completely and fully protect and defend our immigrant community. And your constituents will stand behind you. Protect our neighbors, our friends, our families, our children, their future, and you know, show up to school and be comfortable with that. Do everything you can to protect them. Understand it won't be easy. I'm asking you all to be strong. And if we don't stand strong, the position we're at will. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room for public comment? Okay. Oh, wait. Yes? No, okay. Ashley, anybody online?
Chair, there's currently no one with their, yes, we have.
Oh, there goes.
Someone. First is Aubrey Patino.
Great, thank you. Go ahead, Aubrey.
Can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Okay, great. Hi, this is Aubrey Patino, and I'm a resident of Ann Arbor. Like others have shared, and like you all, I'm sure, felt a couple weeks ago, it was really fortifying to hear everyone's support, both for you all as commissioners, as well as the community at large, and to see such an outpouring of individuals showing up on behalf of all of our neighbors. I know I was deeply fortified by that experience. And I, unlike others, I didn't walk away sure that you would be able to uphold the commitments of your values without, facing enormous pressure and complexity of which I'm sure you have navigated in ways that have felt very challenging for each of you. That said, I was still deeply disappointed to learn that the I-9 data was turned over. And my ask of you this evening is to please be as transparent as you possibly can during your response to public comment around why that needed to happen. I encourage you to lean into risk with the level of transparency that you can share, because I think myself, along with so many other community members, needs to understand, because it does ultimately feel like a deep values misalignment from what I know many of you to be and to believe in. I also beg of you, alongside others, to protect our beloved neighbors who have used the Washington ID program, many of whom I am in community with, you are in community with, across socioeconomic spectrum, houseless folks, folks who just need temporary ID, and then certainly our immigrant population. Lastly, I'll say that I'm married to an immigrant who came here on the same type of visa that's now being canceled amongst international students, and the contributions that he's made in our backyard at the University of Michigan have dramatically changed the quality of life of children across the world with a certain type of epilepsy. So when we disappear people, we're disappearing great minds and big hearts. And I know that you know that, and I know that you understand how significant of a moment this is in terms of the trajectory of where our community goes and how we keep each other safe. As others have said, it's going to require extreme creativity, a ton of risk, exposure and propensity for taking risks, and the commitment from all of us to stand together and protect one another. So just want to say thank you. I know what you're navigating is incredibly challenging, and please help us understand the decision that you've made and help us know that you will protect the Washington ID program. Thanks.
Thanks, Autumn. Ashley?
There's no one else online, Chair.
Okay. At this point in the meeting, I look for commissioner follow-up to public participation. Commissioner Robbie?
Thank you, Chair. I want to start by thanking everybody for coming out today. And I do want to say some things that, may make my colleagues uncomfortable, but I'm going to say them anyways. I've already said it to the media, and I have said it to anybody that has asked me, and I will say it here tonight. I objected to, very vociferously, I objected to the county complying with the I-9 order. I do not believe that that was necessary, nor was it moral. And so I did object to that. And furthermore, I'm disappointed that I don't know if the decision was made because I left executive session prior to seeing a decision being made, because I felt that if a decision were going to be made, making it behind closed doors is certainly a violation of the Open Meetings Act. And I believe that any discussion or decision-making should happen at this table by a vote of us so that you all are aware of who voted which way to do what. But absent the opportunity to vote on this matter, I am stating publicly for all of you and for those at home that I would have voted no. I oppose this happening, as I believe, as some of you have stated, I watched with dismay over the last several months, as it was not just those that ICE pretends that it is, going after people who they say are undocumented and terrorized in that way. They are now going after people who are legal residents, people who are legally allowed to work in the United States, who have green cards and permanent residency, are being deported to foreign countries, to concentration camps. And so just because somebody is legally allowed to work in the United States does not protect them. And giving their information to ICE and Department of Homeland Security does not protect them. And in fact, I believe, as Trump has stated on several occasions, next he will be coming for citizens. And so he wants to know, they want to know the people that are affiliated with our organization, I think it was highly suspicious that they made their ask at the same time that they asked for the ID. I think that's something that we need to be very cognizant of. And so for all of those reasons, I want to state very clearly for the record that I was opposed to the county turning over the I-9 forms, and I continue to be opposed to the county collaborating in any way, shape, or form with DHS or ICE on that or the ID program, of course, or on any other issue. They are a terrorist organization that's terrorizing our communities, and I will not stand for it.
I have in the queue, Commissioner Labar and then Commissioner Light.
Thanks, Chair. I very much appreciate everybody who came out tonight and who came out at previous meetings. And I'm going to try my best to use honesty here in my response to honor sort of the authenticity you've given us in those comments. This is certainly in a little over 12 years of being on this body, the most precarious position that I think we found ourselves in, where collective legal action and individual legal action can get blurred. And obviously with what happened last week in that ghastly decision to arrest a judge in Wisconsin, does not make this a less detailed and dire sort of decision point. I have to, as one commissioner, do my very best to try and balance the analysis we are provided and the counsel we're given, the values that this community holds and that I hold as a human being. I believe we are strongest in terms of being able to respond as we have on the County ID project and stake our claim there and dig in for what I fear is going to be a protracted legal fight. If I am wrong in that judgment, I come to it with the best intentions, and I plead full ignorance in terms of the legal nitty-gritty here, but I'm trying to do my best as somebody who is not just serving this community, but is in and of it. I believe we have to fight on the question of the county ID. I think that is an overstepping of just basic federalism and is a violation of not just human rights, but human decency. So I really appreciate the substance and the spirit that you've given in these comments. It is taken to heart. It is not just lumped together. I appreciate the points about the feds probing for weaknesses. I think that's a cogent argument. I understand that, and it resonates. I'm going to do the best I can to reflect the values that we share and do my very best to ensure this county is successful in fighting off the feds as it comes to the County ID project. So I appreciate your input in this process and your thoughts in this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Labar. Commissioner Light. Commissioner Light.
Point of privilege. I'm going to need everyone to hold on, just calm down. Thank you all for coming and providing some very important and heartfelt just information and feelings and thoughts to the board. Please excuse me, I've been kind of in and out. I did have a root canal and some fillings, and so I'm a little mixed up and just mouth kind of hurting. However, I want to say that this board, I'm not just speaking for myself, but we all stand for immigrant rights. And we don't just turn over and say, hey, ICE or feds, come grab and take our employee information. One thing I can say is I advocate I'm not a vigilante. I don't want to say that because my sister told me like that's against the law to do that. But I am a very strong advocate, especially for our employees and for our community, for our immigrants. I'm a Black woman. I don't have a choice but to be an advocate for all people, just because of my Black history, because of my lifeline. So we all stand, and we are backing our immigrants and any other person that resides in this county. I do want to just say that so if ICE or Homeland Security or the feds come in this building and we can stand linked together, chain linked, they can do what they want. We don't, they can take whatever they want. They can provide a warrant or not provide a warrant. They can do what they want willingly. And we can't stop them. We've stood up and we said what we won't do. But it's so many, I guess, rules to this now that we have a certain administration in DC that they feel they can do what they want to do. And so we're standing, we're not caving in, but the IRS, they have all of our information. They have I-9s. We don't have to give it. They just want to make an example out of Washtenaw County by coming to bully us and tell us what we will and won't do. But I'm going to still ask that, as I brought up my Black history, that you all remember with the Underground Railroad, what we did. And I'm not saying don't fight against fascism and don't stand up and let them know we're not afraid. I'm not afraid of nobody but Jesus at all. And I stand for what I stand for and I say what I say, but we gotta be strategic. We can't forget that we have to strategize and make sure that my family and my friends that are immigrants, that are scared and coming to me and calling me every day saying, Crystal, what is going on? We are making this big, but nobody's understanding that we can't go outside, we can't do anything, and y'all making this big old political media show talking about we're this and that, and I'm the one here and I gotta hide, I gotta make sure my kids can get to and from school. Don't forget what we're doing. Don't get so caught up in, oh, we gotta stand and we gotta prove points. No, we gotta strategize. We gotta work to protect, because that's what we're here for. That's what we're here for. So it's not about being in the media, all of this. I did not want anybody from the media to show up to this meeting. I don't want anybody to know what my right and my left hand is doing. We have to stop making it be about us, because it's not. It's not about us. We have to protect, and we have to do it in a way that everybody doesn't know what we're doing. It's called an Underground Railroad. Learn your history, learn your Black history. And it wasn't just Black folks that was helping do it. Learn your history, learn how to be strategic. Stand up for your neighbors and your friends the right way. Because us protesting out on the street is not putting food on their table, is not housing a lot of them now that can't work and pay their rent, or they're scared that somebody gonna come and take their house and all the things that they work so hard for. So think about the next time before you go stand in front of anywhere and you say, oh, protect, you better think about how you gonna pay for their next meal, how you gonna protect them, how you gonna get them to and from, how you gonna make sure now they Medicaid and all of the things that are happening, we have to think. I signed up for this. Guess what? I can go to prison, fed time, straight time, ain't getting out. It's a felony, can be fined up to $10,000 or more. Will serve my time, cannot serve in local government, any kind of government, for up to 5 years. So I stand, and I'm doing it because I signed up for this. This is what I want to do. And I got kids at home, but guess what? They gonna see their mom get hauled off to prison because I'm standing for my people. But do not lose what we're doing. And I know some people may be upset with me, oh, y'all did this. We didn't do anything. We didn't just say, hey, come get this and come. No, we're willing to go to prison. I am. I don't want to go. I ain't never even been to jail. Don't want to touch it, but guess what? We have to protect our people. I have to protect everybody. That's my job. That's what I signed up for. And I just want you all to please be strategic. Please protect my friends and family that don't have their green cards, that are in the process and probably won't even get their green cards now. So just please think about it. please think about before we showboat and do all of these protests, please just think about my friends and my family, and that's only a small percentage of immigrants.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Light. Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you, Chair. All right, thanks for being here tonight, everyone. I'm gonna try not to get in trouble. I want to start out by making a point for the public. Before my time on the board, I served on Ypsilanti City Council, and it's disingenuous to say that we're not being transparent when we have to go into closed session to talk about things that are related to pending or future litigation. We only go into closed session when we have to. It's not to hide information from the public. And in this case, I would say it's to do the very thing that a lot of folks have been here advocating for. And so we're living in a really weird time where there's a lot of things being said about government officials, counties that are run fully by Democrats being corrupt. And I don't want folks who are watching at home or in this room to leave thinking that when we go into closed session, we're doing something wrong. We do that rarely. We do that when it's something related to pending litigation. If you were getting ready to sue somebody because they did something wrong to you, you would not send out a press release telling them exactly what you're suing them for. And so I just want folks to think about why sometimes we do go into closed session. Sometimes it's related to union negotiations. There are reasons why we have to do that sometimes. It's not to do things opposite of what we're saying out here. It's because we have to when we're talking about things that could be in the courts. And so I just want to say that and I'm happy to talk to anybody. I'll get coffee with you if you want to talk about what laws established that allow us to go into closed session. Happy to do it. I love talking about government, but I think it's really complicated right now to say things like we're not being transparent and we're doing things in an attempt to hide information from the public when we have to go into closed session. We're going to have to go into closed session a lot in the next 3.5 years, unfortunately. Second, I went to undergrad for political science. I work in the state legislature. I love reading law. I help draft law. I see the process happen at the state level. And in high school, I used to watch C-SPAN for fun. So I read the law that actually established I-9 forms in 1986. I've worked since I was 16, and I've always filled out an I-9 form. Never until this moment we're facing right now did I know why I was filling out that I-9 form. So I read the law. That law was established, yes, because our country is xenophobic, racist, and we don't appreciate people who come here to do better for themselves and be part of our community and economy. That's why that law was established. That law says that the federal government does not have to provide a subpoena or a warrant, that they can request an inspection of our I-9 forms at any time, and we have 3 days to comply. And so I want everybody in the room to know that it took a lot more than 3 days in our interaction with how we were going to respond to 2 requests. And I want to make this point because nobody mentioned it in public comment. I believe there was a reason why they asked for both at the same time. I think that was an attempt to make us think that we had to turn over ID information for the Washington ID program. The Washington ID program is our data. It is your private information. That is not the federal government's data. And so I just want to make that very clear. But also what that law says is that not complying means that we get a huge fee for each document that we refuse to allow them to inspect. That is roughly $2,683 per document. We're required to keep those documents for a number of years after somebody leaves employment. So about 2,000 pieces of paper, so do the math. We are trying to spend a lot to make sure that we can fight for the Washington ID program. And I know it's really complex for people who are not sitting in our seats to understand why we need to weigh our options, especially when it comes to our ability to pay for good legal representation. Again, happy to talk further about this, but it's spelled out in the law. And so I read it. I would encourage other people to, and we I believe in the press release, it was very clear. We are doing everything that we can to protect Washtenaw County's data related to the Washtenaw County ID program. And to really uplift some of the things that Commissioner Light said, I want us all, like elected officials and community members doing this work, to focus on the most vulnerable. The most vulnerable are the people here, not on legal status, the undocumented, the people who utilize our Washtenaw ID program. That is what we are all committed to, doing everything that we can to protect. And I also, another perspective, we do have employees working for Washtenaw County who are here on visas. And maybe we should all consider what it's like for them, thinking about what could happen if we don't turn over federal required documents that we are required to keep, that are established in a law that we all sign when we get a job in this country. And so, unfortunately, I'm sure Michelle is not happy with me right now. But it's a law that everybody can pull up and read themselves, and I'm just telling you what's in it. And so I'm gonna end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other Commissioner Commissioner Beaman?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to everyone who's come out tonight and taken the time, put their trust in us. And I really want to speak to that and speak to a decision that was made under difficult circumstances. This is my 4th term sitting here, and this is the most difficult decision we've had as a board. We've gone through COVID. We've gone through many crises during my tenure, and this was the most difficult decision. I know that it makes you frustrated and fearful, and that trust is shaken, especially when our answers up here are limited. They're limited for a reason. They're limited because of these legal matters. It limits what we can disclose, not because we want to withhold any information, but because the situation requires confidentiality at this stage to protect our residents, to protect our neighbors. Speaking out too soon, saying the wrong thing could compromise or even jeopardize the outcomes that are meant to protect those in our community. If we speak too soon or say something out of turn, we risk unraveling outcomes that are meant to protect our neighbors, our residents, safeguard people's lives and futures. That's not a risk that I take lightly.
Same.
I know that sounds like a wall, and I hate that. The truth is, we are navigating really difficult and complex legal terrain, things we've not seen in my lifetime, in many lifetimes. So I'm asking for your trust, but not your blind faith. Your understanding and integrity that we're going to be holding some things back until the time is right. And I promise when that time comes, you're going to know, and you're going to hear it directly from me. I was elected to lead with honesty. Sometimes that means saying, I can't tell you everything right now. But I also promise to always be accountable for the decisions that are made on your behalf by those who elected me. And in time, I will be. Trust is built over time, and it's tested in moments just like this. And it's restored through constant actions. I'm committed to rebuilding that with you, those who are fearful, those who fear the decisions, what's coming next. But I'm here to rebuild that every single day and through the actions you will see from this board. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other Commissioner follow? Oh, a whistle. I will start by saying thank you for coming to the meeting. Thank you for being here, for your comments. I love to see the engagement. Plus, I just want to go back to hearing the opening act to public comment. I made a note at the time and said, this just shows we live in the best community. That was pretty incredible and showed a lot of passion. Let me tell you something about me. I'm a talker. If you know me here or my colleagues, I'm not like a big, like, keep things secret type of person. I'm pretty open. I'm an open book about things. Talk to me for about 5 minutes and I'll start talking to you about perimenopause. Like, I just want to be honest and transparent about, you know, what's happening in the world. When I was trying to have my kid, I did 3 rounds of IVF and I would tell everybody who wanted to listen to about it. And because I feel like talking to people and being open is a way you create connection and you find things that bring you together. So when somebody tells me not to talk, it's difficult for me. One of the things I have thought about a lot, because, you know, if you've been through perimenopause, you know you're awake at 3 in the morning a lot. So when I'm awake at 3 in the morning, one of the things I think about is how you approach this moment. And I'm not interested in giving anybody a roadmap to my resistance. I'm interested in talking to you all about my resistance, and I'm happy to meet you for coffee, for breakfast, for just sitting on a park bench and talking to you. But in this public forum, as we're talking about what we're going forward right now, at this point, until I have guidance from these incredible attorneys who've been waiting to talk to us since 7 p.m., I am not interested in giving anybody else who's listening to this a roadmap. Commissioner Light, when she talked about the Underground Railroad, that resonated with me. And I was an undergraduate here in 1994, and a woman came to speak to the university named Meep Keys. Does anybody know who Meep Keys is? Some of you. You may not. If you don't know the name Meep right now, let me remind you, she was a woman who worked for Otto Frank. You know her now, probably. She, in 1942, when Nazis came into Amsterdam and it was clear that things were horrible, and Otto Frank took his family into the upper rear room of his office building, Meep helped them. She kept them and the other people in that small annex alive for 2 years till Nazis came and found them. And she was so secretive about what she was doing, she didn't even tell her parents. And she did that work every day, that very important work every day. And sometimes we need to act in big, giant moments of resistance. We need to get out to those protests. We need to do those things. And sometimes we need to channel our inner Meep Keys. That's it. The next item on the agenda. Liaison report.
Madam Chair, I have another comment
Okay.
I'd like to make.
Sure.
I just want to briefly say, I know you'd like to move on, but I know a lot has been said. And I would just like to say that I plan to still keep protesting. I plan to still keep going to rallies. I plan to still keep making my opinion known. I plan to still be as transparent as I possibly can with the public because I feel like that's my responsibility. I understand that there are some legal restraints that will come about. But, you know, especially when it comes to the discussion I was referencing earlier, I think, especially in a situation where we are deciding to say yes to the federal government, that does not seem to me like something that we should be hiding, but rather something that we should be transparent about. And if we feel strongly that we have no other options, that we cannot make any other decision, then I think that's a decision that should be made in front of the public. That's my personal opinion. Clearly, I'm not on the same page as everybody else, but I get what, some of my colleagues have said about the need for secrecy and underground work. And I am a vulnerable individual. My name is Yusuf Rafi. I'm the son of an immigrant, and I'm an elected official, and I've, been outspoken. And so I am vulnerable. But, I am committed to not giving in to this fascist regime. And I'm committed to doing that in a way that is vocal and transparent, because that is what I've been doing. That is what I know to do. And I think that is what is important in this time, because people need to be in the streets. We need general strikes. We need people to leave their places of employment and shut this country down so that we can actually resist what is going on. When our government is oppressing the will of the people and disappearing people across our country, being quiet, especially for those that can speak out, it is important that we do. So I just want to make sure to say that I respect my colleagues immensely, and I know we all have to approach this from the place that we're comfortable, but I just wanted to say that that's what I'm planning to do at the very least.
Commissioner Somerville. Thank you. I didn't get to say this in my comments earlier, but I hope everybody saw that we did issue a statement and we were very specific. Again, an attempt to be as transparent as we could be at the time. And it was sent out on April 28th, and I'm just going to read it for the record. It's the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners statement on federal inquiries. On April 10th, 2025, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security served Washtenaw County with two separate requests. One, a notice to of the inspection of I-9 forms, and the other, an administrative subpoena for the Washtenaw County ID program records. After a thorough review by Corporation Counsel and outside legal experts, it has been determined it is the county's legal obligation to comply with I-9 inspection under federal regulation 8 CFR 274A.2, which has governed employment eligibility verification since 1986. The county does not have legal grounds to challenge this portion of the investigation, and non-compliance carries serious consequences. Federal law provides no discretion on this matter. In contrast, the administrative subpoena related to the Washtenaw County ID program presents a more complex legal landscape. The county is also taking this request seriously and, in consultation with counsel, is actively evaluating all available legal options. To support this effort, the Board of Commissioners, in consultation with administration, has retained Williams & Connolly LLP, a Washington, D.C. based firm. The county remains committed to safeguarding the integrity of the Washtenaw County ID program and the residents who rely on it. The board's priority is to uphold our legal obligations while vigorously defending the values that guide our work and service to all members of our community. We will continue to provide updates as additional information becomes available. That statement was specific to our closed session. So to again reiterate that we did not go into closed session to keep anything from the public. This was a press release that went out at the review of our board chair, Commissioner Katie Scott, and review of our corporation counsel. So this was us being transparent. It was us not hiding information. And I don't really know what else to say other than we were very transparent with this decision. Thank you.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is the liaison reports. Just to let you know the flow of the evening, we'll do the liaison reports. We'll have the report from the county administrator, report from the chair of the board, and then we will go into closed session before going on with other business. So, and again, that council is waiting for us, so. Liaison reports? Commissioner LeBar?
Quickly, CMH had a good meeting. Unfortunately, there is bad news brewing at the state, essentially an effort to get rid of the PIHP structure. 6 of the 10 PIHPs around the state are in bad financial straits, largely because of the shortcomings of that structure and the shortcomings of what our state does in terms of structural investments leading up to this time. But that's probably it for tonight, Chair, for time's sake.
Thank you. Commissioner Somerville.
Sorry, I have a quick update from Commission on Aging. We met last week. They were very positive, like they positively supported our emergency action item that's on the agenda later to help get more food out to people in pantries as well as replenish the SKIP program. Additionally, I got a lot of good feedback from the Commission on Aging related to the Maciejewski Somerville Scott proposal. which I mentioned earlier during working session. And I'll tell you all what I told them, which is that we're working really diligently to have something ready to go for the next board meeting that takes in consideration all of the comments that we've received across the community, both in this room and in commissioner districts at their town halls. And so that's the Commission on Aging update. And I have more for other bodies that I serve in, but I'll save them for the next meeting. Thank you.
Any other liaison reports? Parks, we had a session yesterday. We interviewed candidates for a new Parks Director. Don't think anything's been announced, but it will come before the Board of Commissioners at some point soon. It was, the Parks is very thoughtful in decisions, so. And I want to thank Genevieve, why am I blanking on her last name? I thought it was Cox, but then I thought I was making it up. Genevieve Cox, from HR who came to help us out in that. Any other liaison reports? Okay. Next item is report from the county administrator.
Good evening, Commissioners. Just a real quick update. I've asked our racial equity officer, Derek Jackson, to join us to provide an update on the Community Violence Intervention Summit that happened on the 28th and 29th of April. One of the things that I hope you will take away from this short update is that the investment in this work is making the best kind of change in our community. And I just want to applaud you guys for leaning into that work very early on and providing resources for us to make change in our community. Derek?
So I'll be brief. I know you have lots of difficult decisions, but I thought this would be a really good reminder, as the Administrator Dill just said, around that great investment that was made some years ago and kind of what it's turned into. So I won't bore you with all the details, but some of the progress since from summit to summit. We just had our third summit. There were over 300 people that were there on day one. And then in day two was the first time we had a youth summit. So we had roughly 100 people there, 125 people, and there were roughly 50 to 70 young people there. The 14-point plan, you guys were the first public body to accept that 14-point plan. And the reason we have this particular picture up, if anyone who's in that picture remembers what that beautiful day was, that's right, it was a groundbreaking for the community center. And one of the biggest pieces that the kids always wanted us to talk about was to remind folks of how important that center was, not just a fun place for kids to play, but it really does have an impact on community violence intervention. The state CVI grant that I didn't realize was going to be talked so much about today earlier in public comment, but you know all about that, so I won't talk about that much more. Evaluation of the CVIT team and the impact of the grant and the summit that is ongoing right now. So hopefully we'll have some data to report back in the future. There's been community healing sessions that were done after certain unfortunate violent incidents. We gave out 500 gun safes. We've learned that about 38% of the guns that are stolen in our county are stolen from vehicles. And so giving out those free car gun safes, we hope make a really important impact. There were tons of individual interventions. The first resolution read for Deshaun Leith, among many things that he did was he personally intervened in many situations to decrease violence and save lives in our community. So he'll be deeply missed this summer. You heard a little bit about SAVE. So that seed funding that happened through this body, now when you look at the CVIT and what is now a spinoff, SAVE, of this nonprofit, just briefly mentioned in public comment, like the purpose of that. That stuff could not happen without the support of this board. And I would be remiss to say, if I didn't say that Commissioner Hodge, at the time, Commissioner Schenck, and County Administrator Dill were originally part of the CVIT to help it get off the ground. And the last thing I'll mention is one of the new things is that there was an app that goes with the summit. And so the purpose of the app is not just for the summit, it's for all of us as a community to stay engaged. I want to just highlight two other quick pieces and then I will get out of your way. There was a story in MLive that really highlighted far fewer homicides reported in the county between 24 and 23. If you're going to stand up and take credit for things, you got to be willing to stand up and take the blame for things. And so the CVIT is not saying that everything that the CVIT has done is the reason for this. but that ecosystem, including the sheriff's office and local law enforcement, along with county government, along with those who are doing the work in the grassroots safety net, together is what makes us so unique. Last slide, it really is just about the data. And so this came from public health. Another really important thing is that our public health department every year now is doing a report on gun violence and gun deaths. And so this just came out in the last couple of weeks. I'm just gonna point to one piece, that first kind of section of data points. And what this is showing is firearm deaths between 2019 and 2023 per 100,000. So you see that kind of purplish looking 6.0. That means there were 6 deaths per 100,000 individuals in the United States related to guns between 2019 and 2023. The second one, 5.6 per 100,000 individuals in the state of Michigan. And then in that time frame, 2019 to 2023, there were 2 people for every 100,000. Compare that to 2024, that 0.5. Last year, there was only 0.5 per 100,000 individuals. That is a significant drop. We are a very safe community. But being able to see impact like that, if nothing else that you take from what I have to say tonight, that impact is because a body like the Board of Commissioners not only invest in resources, but invest in confidence in the work and continue to push it forward. So I will end with that and just say thank you for supporting the summit. And it continues to grow and the work continues to expand because of the support you've offered. Thank you.
Don't go anywhere. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Commissioner Robbie?
Just a quick clarification on the stats. I don't know if you can put the chart back up or not, but I think you had, well, I'll just wait till it comes back. Yeah, that's the one. So on the firearm homicides, well, actually, any comparison between the green bar and the orange bar, just making sure I understand. Is that an annual rate between 2019 and 2023, or is that aggregate between those years compared to the 1 year of 2024?
The latter. Yep.
Okay.
And I see Commissioner Hodge.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hodge. Are you good, Commissioner Robbie?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought you were
Yeah.
trying to answer that
Oh.
question. I apologize.
No, I wasn't. I was trying to get in the queue.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was like, what's going on? Oh, no.
And I will just say, this is public health data. And so, I just do my best to share what they have, but they are the experts who really know it inside and out. Yep. Mhm.
Commissioner Hodge?
Well, I was surprised that's really it, that you didn't.
It's okay.
Okay.
The lawyers are
Yeah,
waiting.
I know the lawyers are waiting. I just wanted to thank Derek for the work on this over the years. I mean, it's been really incredible work, and it's something that I'm proud that the county has invested in, and it's something that I hope we can continue to invest more in. I hope we can do all of the recommendations, and I think one of those included starting a task force to look at gun violence. And I know that there's the work that SAVE is doing and other county entities, but I would want to make sure that we're doing our part here. So happy to talk more with you about that. Now we can go talk to the lawyers.
Well,
But-
maybe somebody else has a question, comment, or concern, like Administrator Dill.
Well, my report is not done. Please don't.
Any
groom
other
me so
questions
quick.
for Mr. Jackson? You have something else to add?
Yeah, so earlier you asked for a couple more data points. Catherine's here. She has researched that data and she just wants to share them with you real quick, and that will conclude my report.
Derek, tell your wife we're sorry.
Okay. So back during working session, you asked me for some fund balance information for the non-general fund. Sorry, I didn't have it ready, but we have it now. So community corrections used $187,000 of fund balance. Their fund balance ends up being about $9,000 at the end of 2024. So there's not a lot moving into the 24-25 fiscal year. Of that, to bring that to that fund balance, the sheriff's office did contribute an additional $9,000 or $8,500 last year to keep them from going into the hole of their millage dollars. So they've used up the majority. There's about 9,000 left for community corrections. For OCD, you all have an email detailing this. Thanks to Ellis and OCD for providing that to me, but OSED used about $165,000 of fund balance. They have about 2 million in their fund balance. So that's the reason fund balance exists, to do these things, but it's also a non-structural funding source. So, yeah, that's what I have for you. you have any follow-up questions, I'm here again.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to, any other questions there? The next item on the agenda is the report of the Chair of the Board of Commissioners. No report. Do you think somebody'd like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion and move into closed session to receive an opinion from council.
Support.
All right, that's a roll call.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hod,
Yes.
Commissioner LeVar, Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
If we must, yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville. Motion passed.
All right, we're off to closed session. We'll be back when we be back. Hello, we are back. Do I have to do something to be back? I can't remember. I don't. I've called us to order. That's the 10:30 gavel as opposed to the 7 o'clock gavel. Next item on the Board of Commissioners is special order of business. I did. Thank you for keeping me honest. It's a resolution setting a public hearing on the 2025 tax rate.
So moved.
Support. Any discussion? Okay. Am I roll calling that one? Okay, all right, roll call, please.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders. Commissioner Scott.
Yep.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you very much. Appointments, would somebody like to move the appointments?
So moved.
Support. Great, any discussion? Okay, voice? Roll call, my God, my brain. Roll call.
Commissioner LeBar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders. Commissioner Scott.
Yep.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Appointments passed.
Fantastic. Consent agenda.
Support.
Great. Any discussion? Okay, that's a voice vote. Aye. Any opposed? Great. Next, first reading of the resolutions. Who would like to? Commissioner, whatever your toes is, LeVar.
Under resolutions, first reading A, a resolution setting the 2025 Washington County millage rate.
Support. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Fantastic. That item will move along to the second reading. Final reading. Let's just do final reading and then we'll do single reading. Okay, final reading, LeVar?
Two, final reading A, a resolution ratifying the proposal for the Financial Empowerment Center Legacy Implementation Grant from OCED.
So, support.
Any discussion? Great. That's a roll call.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yep.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman. Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, single reading? LeVar?
Single reading 3A, a resolution ratify the county administrator's signature on the state of Michigan Legislative Enhancement Grant. B, a resolution allocating a portion of the older adult millage dollars into the community on a one-time basis from administration. C, a resolution recognizing county health department for achieving state accreditation status. D, a resolution amending the 2025 Board of Commissioners annual calendar of meetings. E, a resolution honoring the life and legacy of Wesley Prater. F, a resolution honoring the life and legacy of Deshaun Dante Leith. G, a resolution recognizing the ceremony at Popkin Cemetery commemorating the service of Revolutionary War veteran Sylvester Richmond. H, a resolution honoring the, that's been pulled. I, the supplemental resolution recognizing National Nurses Week. And then J, the supplemental resolution proclaiming May 5th, 2025 as Missing and Murdered Indigenous Peoples Awareness Day in Washington County, and then approval of claims.
Support.
Great. What items would you like to pull for separate consideration? Commissioner LeVar?
Could we pull B, Chair?
B, yes. Any other items pulled? Okay, let's talk about everything but B. Any discussion on items other than B? Commissioner Somerville?
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to take some time to thank the administrative team on helping move diligently on the legislative enhancement grant that Senator Irwin got us in last year's budget to help expand family transitional housing. Brady, thank you. And Katie, Chair Scott, thank you as well. And of course, the whole team. So thank you.
Commissioner Robbie.
Just a quick question on that. Could, Commissioner Somerville or the administrator, could you just give me a brief summary of what we're gonna use that money for?
Yeah, thank you.
Opportunity.
Yeah,
to talk
so,
about, you know.
I think at some time in the last 6 months, I indicated that there was not a path, towards the Towsley Center. Oh, I don't do that.
Just roll with it.
We are working to work with our partners in Washtenaw County to expand family traditional housing, transitional housing, and the earmark is specifically for emergency housing options. And so everything that was prepared by staff is exactly what the intent was when Senator Irwin worked on the earmark. And it's, I think, in alignment with some of the gaps in our community.
Very exciting.
Just to clarify, is it building, not building from the ground up, I mean, but like creating a shelter, or is it for sheltering activities like placing people in?
It is, yeah, good question. It is the funding will be used to kind of, retrofit an existing site for transitional housing. You can think of it less as like quick turnover shelter space, more of like a pathway to get people, appropriate wraparound support and into permanent housing.
Critical family
it's like
transitional housing.
To build upon the work that's already being done for family shelter, but better.
So, it'll be ongoing. It's not like a
Yes.
one-time, like where the money, okay.
Yes.
Okay, any other comments or questions on any other items on the agenda? Commissioner Yusuf Rabi.
Since we don't have Wes's family here, I just wanted to say a few words about my old buddy Wes. Since we have a resolution honoring him on the agenda, did you ever serve with Wes Prater, Andy?
Not in this sense.
So I guess I'm the only one.
You were the only one who served with him, but Wes also was a big mentor to me when I was running
Oh,
for the
good,
board
yeah.
the first time. We went out to breakfast a lot and he gave me a lot of help and a lot of encouragement.
The Golden Egg, I think it was, is that the spot on Washtenaw? That was where we would go. Me and Wes Prater would go to the Golden Egg. He'd give me all this great advice. I just want to take an opportunity just to honor, I know we have a resolution for him, and I know that we weren't able to get family here to receive the tribute, but I guess I'll just speak to the spirit of Wes Prater, which is in this room. And I will just say many things I appreciate about Wes Prater, but the one that comes to mind the most, and administration may be able to, think about this too, but just how persistent Wes always was in searching for the truth, and how he would always ask tough questions. And honestly, it was around this table when I started in 2011, it was not always popular, the things that he asked for, and it was not always, well received by his colleagues. And I would say that that even some of his colleagues were annoyed by some of the questions that he would ask. But he always had really good questions to ask. And he came prepared. He had printouts. He would do a lot of research, read newspapers. He would come with newspaper printouts. You remember that? Greg, he would put them in everybody's mailbox. He would put in each mailbox, he would put a printout of the paper. He would have it highlighted so that everybody could see it. He was a champion for fiscal stewardship. That was very important to him, always making sure that the public dollar was, being managed appropriately and in an above board way. And Wes was I learned a lot from Wes, because when I started, I had many mentors around this table, and each of them had a different style. Many of them had been working for been on the County Board of Commissioners for some time. you know, 16 years, 20 years, you know, plus. And Wes Prater had been around for quite some time, and he had a whole different style that I learned to really, truly appreciate. And I think I didn't really appreciate in the moment that I served with him as much as I do now, because I recognize what it takes, that it is sometimes not a popular thing to say or not a popular thing to ask. And sometimes staff get annoyed that you're asking the question and you want a line item budget about everything. And, you know, budget staff and, you know, Tina and the rest of the team was not always happy sometimes with the question he would, and Kelly Belknap, not always happy at the questions he would ask, but he would always pursue that nugget of truth in everything that we were doing, and he pursued it on behalf of the people in such a passionate way. And his career of public service spanned, you know, the township. It spanned his work as a fire. He worked in the fire department in Ypsilanti Township. He was very involved in labor in his union.
In Ann Arbor also.
Was he Ann Arbor?
Fire.
Oh, that's right.
Ann
He was
Arbor.
Ann Arbor Fire. He was Ypsilanti Township supervisor. You're absolutely right. And then his work on the Board of Commissioners. His whole life was dedicated to public service. His whole life was dedicated to serving the people, to protecting the people, to fighting for the people. And I learned so much from Wes Prater, not just at this board table, but after I left the county and became a state rep. He stayed in touch with me. We got breakfast all the time. Sometimes we went to Benny's. Sometimes we went to the Golden Egg on Wachna. And, you know, he, at each of those opportunities, gave me so much information, so much wisdom, you know, to guide me on the path. And it wasn't that we always agreed. You know, I think he came from a different style of politics than I did. But I just want to say how much I appreciate you, Wes. I know you're in heaven right now doing really good work. And I'm sorry that Washtenaw County has lost you, you know, but I thank you for all the lives that you made an impression on and all the lives that you helped and changed, including my own, as a mentor, as a colleague, and as a friend. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let's be clear. Wes is organizing Saints right now. Okay. Any other comments, questions on the remaining items on the agenda? Other than B? All right. Are you putting your mic down? Because, okay, you're just getting ready to vote. Okay, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie,
I'm gonna be a little complicated here. I'm gonna vote yes on everything, but I'm gonna vote no on item D, the amendment to our board annual calendar for meetings.
okay. Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
resolutions passed.
Great. Next item on the agenda is item B. Questions, comments, and concerns. Commissioner LeBar.
Thanks, Chair. I am gonna pass out an amendment that I'm gonna offer to the resolution. If I can get a second for discussion purposes, great.
I'll second it.
It's a good resolution in terms of what it's gonna do. I think funding the food resources that we need, not just for seniors in the community and not just for any one particular nonprofit, but really the undergirding of so many nonprofits is a good thing. And I think we heard tonight useful description in terms of the breadth of what SCIP can provide in the context of senior services. I would like to amend this to add funding that would be targeted towards a population in our community that is like many others under, you know, some form of assault in terms of action from the federal government, but I think is uniquely positioned in terms of their level of vulnerability. Chair, I emailed this out yesterday. You've got the text of the amendment here. I don't think I need to read it, but I think I have to ask if you need me to, or if the clerk needs me to.
I don't need you to, but I
Right.
don't know about Ashley.
Uh,
You need him to read it? Okay.
Wonderful. This would add 250,000 to the allocation, and it would be targeted towards this group, which include refugees, special immigrant visas holders, humanitarian parolees age 60 and older. We do have an organization that has the credential listed in the resolution. And we also have in there language about February. That is because that credential was taken away from all organizations countrywide in February. So this would seek to match the spirit of the existing resolution and would help go after a population of service recipients that I think are in particular need. I'm also cognizant, though, Chair, that this is a single reading item, which requires 2/3 vote in one meeting, and which I think we should pass regardless of amendment status with broad support. That's my hope. So I would make this amendment. It's been seconded. Happy to answer any questions. If I sense there's not support for the amendment, I am not somebody who's interested in sort of forcing votes unnaturally or unneededly, but in unneeded fashion. But it would be great if there is support, and if not, I'll continue endeavoring for a future day.
Okay. Next person in the queue is Commissioner Light.
I know that you, Commissioner, Andy, you had sent out the resolution, the amendment, and I know I had discussed some concerns. And it was specifically only because of who the organization would be, and I assume that would be JFS that would receive that additional 250,000. And I have some small objections to that, only because we will open up a portal to all organizations for that direct funding, and I believe that we should kind of just stay on the straight and narrow for now. And as the original resolution was set forth, and just kind of go that way. We are already on we have been provided tickets to hell for the whole Homeland Security ICE situation, and I think providing additional funding to an organization that is right there on the line with us would absolutely draw more attention. And in this organization has been provided funding. I believe it was back in, was it November? When did we give all of those? What was that?
Could also look at the 7-day contract reviews. to see what
Yeah,
we've
so
given them in the past 7 days.
And then one more concern, and I don't know if JFS was the intended organization, but I have had some concerns on how the funding that we provide, if it goes directly to salaries or to the program. So I'm just gonna be, since my name is Crystal, I'm gonna be crystal clear and transparent. I have a problem with that. So we are facing food insecurities. The administration wanna act like a donkey and not, well, not a good donkey, but act like a butthole and and cut off funding and do all of this stuff. And it's just not, I think we just gotta be cautious of how we allocate funding, and we can't do it loosely. Like I said before, we are not a strip club. We can't make it rain. We gotta be really careful on how we do this. And so I think we should just leave the resolution as is. I did have 3 likes about it that I shared, but I think we should just stick with the original resolution.
The county administrator just wants to clarify the administration you're talking about.
That would be the Trump administration, that even though they're elephants, and I said they're acting like a donkey, but see, you know, the donkeys that I know that are Democrats don't act ignorant,
Right.
like buttholes,
Okay,
you know.
thank you for clarifying. Commissioner Somerville? Thank you so much. I guess, I can appreciate the intent here. We're really close to the final phase of a framework that is being developed for the older adults millage. And then the next step would be getting dollars out immediately to fill in gaps that exist just because the system's been strained for a long time, but also because of new decisions that are happening or will happen at the federal and state level. And since I know which provider we're talking about, I do want to point out that JFS is a significant partner of the countywide food pantry distributor, which is Food Gatherers. I don't know if everybody got the data, but the data that we got from the last year, the amount worth of food that they get from Food Gatherers is more than what this resolution's even allocating for a 2-year lift for them. And that would, and this resolution before us is specific to countywide food pantries that support people above the age of 60. And so I think for the proposal that is before us being, it's intentionally narrow because this is kind of an urgent response to USDA cuts and the fact that we were all notified in the fall that we needed to replenish skip dollars. So that's why it's intentionally narrow. I think it would be a sloppy way to start out with a millage if we start just adding in specific programs without looking at the full picture for nutrition. We have a lot of meal, like door-to-door meal programs and other congregate programs that we're not including in this resolution, but I hope we can get funding out more quickly in the next month or two. But I think it would be kind of a mess to just add something else into this when we're being very narrow on purpose, because the 2 programs in the resolution before us covers the whole county specific to older adults. And so I can appreciate it. I appreciate the work that JFS does. I'm a big fan of it. I was just at their food pantry last week. And all I can say is, like, there will be a process at which all of the nutrition providers will have an opportunity, and maybe in some sort of emergency fashion after this, to get the critical funding needed to support older adults. Thanks.
I actually made a request of the director for Food Gatherers, and she was kind enough to turn it around within a 1.5 day timeframe. And I asked her specifically to provide me with the names of community partners that they were supplying food to, and I don't see JFS listed on here. That's neither here nor there. For one, I think that in the spirit of being transparent, you should have just named the agency. This amendment is like, to me, it seems sneaky link. Just say who it is. Just call it. But the other thing I'm concerned with is that I thought that we had moved towards being more transparent and trying to be more open, and giving agencies an opportunity to at least apply and compete. But at the top of my concern is that I need to know how much of this money actually is going to salaries. Because I've brought this concern up before, specifically with this agency, that the last major ask that I looked at and had a concern with, and they did, in their defense, address it. Almost 70% of the ask was going to salaries. And so if I had received this in a timely fashion, I probably would have asked pointed questions the same way I asked to Food Gatherers. And she didn't, it was not received, I don't think, as sort of a threat to their request for support. I think that they were very forthcoming, and that is something that we should be expecting from any entity that we're looking to give money to, especially in these times now where our purses are gonna have to be really tight. So I'm not saying that it's not needed. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm also not comfortable doing this in a first and only read. And I also didn't see anything in here where the verbiage being used says that they asked us for support. So I'm wondering where that came from. Like, did you just put them in here? Did they make a request only to you that they didn't send to the other commissioners? But at the top of it, I'm concerned that the request might be more heavily laden on labor and not actually servicing. So that's what I have to say about that, but I don't support approving it tonight.
Thank you. Commissioner Hodge?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions for Commissioner Labar related to the,
Sure.
if that's all right. I get the impression, based on the intent here, that you were, my impression of your intent is that you framed the first be it further resolved clause to be pretty similar to the first one in this, in the resolution, because the first one in the resolution doesn't name a specific organization either. Is that?
Correct. It names the credential, which I think is important and differentiates, but not the organization directly. Correct.
Okay, so it seems like it's in line with what you were trying to make it match the existing resolution.
Yes.
Yeah, and I also get the impression that since we're doing this in a single read, or that's the plan, and it's on an emergency basis, you're trying to do this, a similar thing here with the amendment.
Correct. Correct.
You want to say any more about that?
Yeah, and I won't belabor the point, but I think, again, this is a population that is served by this organization that until they took the credentialing away everywhere had it, that is by nature exposed in different ways. And I think to Commissioner Light's point, yeah, I'm very cognizant that we are under a microscope here. And I do think it's important to note that the language there with special immigrant visa holders, humanitarian parolees is designed specifically to enumerate a population that does have legal status and that in many cases essentially came here at the welcome of this country under those specific circumstances. And that's everything from recently in Afghanistan to folks who've come over here, 30 years ago from the former Soviet Union. This population is also, they have been hit by federal cuts in great detail and in great amounts. And this is not money that is sort of as flexible as other federal sources. I am not in the business of trying to make arguments or certainly adversaries out of anything, and can certainly count votes. So just based on the initial feedback, it'd probably be the most prudent measure for me to seek, with your permission, to withdraw the amendment. And since you supported it, if you would allow that, it could be withdrawn.
Well, I was going to say fundamentally, it seems in line with the resolution, and with the resolution being a single read and this also being emergency in nature, I was going to tell you I would vote yes on it. But if you want to withdraw it, I will withdraw with you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
So the amendment's been withdrawn. Okay, back to discussing the original resolution as it is. Commissioner Robbie?
Thank you, Chair. Might be a question for the OCD team, but had this question a little bit for you. I kind of prepped you on it, what I was going to ask, but my question is always how, if these allocations go through, if we approve them tonight, how will the county be recognized in the contributions that we make? And that question applies to food gatherers, but it also applies to Barrier Busters. I always understood Barrier Busters to be a county program. And then when it was, but in learning more about it, my understanding is that it's basically an individual will go to a nonprofit entity in our community, one of several dozen service providers, and, go walk into that nonprofit and say, hey, I need help with this one thing, one-time cost, it's gonna be, $5,000 or $200 to get my car out of the impound, or $5,000 to fix my heater or whatever it is. And then that service provider will help to connect that individual with the funding in the Barrier Busters Fund. So my question is, how does the individual that's receiving the money know that the money is coming from the taxpayers of Washtenaw County directly? And if the answer is there's not a good way that we do that yet, my request, and frankly, part of my condition for supporting this and future Barrier Busters allocations is to ensure that we have some type of recognition of the county taxpayers. I want people who receive who receive that help from the county to know that they're receiving that help from the county. That's a statement and partially a question.
For Barrier Busters and for Skip, so I look back at previous images of checks that we've had, and I think we have an opportunity for checks to have Washtenaw County listed on there, but we do payments either via check or via ETF, electronic transfers. So Tony and I discussed this a little bit, and we're looking at working with partner agencies in Barrier Busters, developing MOUs with them to clarify how the county is recognized, whether that is specific steps with those entities or developing just a kind of a letter that is from the county of stating, here's the contribution, here's someone made, recognizing that this is from Washtenaw County government and proceeding there. We just need to investigate further how that flows with payments for clients or for those services, because often the payments may just go directly to landlords.
Yeah, or to, like whoever needs the payment.
Exactly.
Is the one that gets payment. So, yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. If the individual that's, being helped receives a letter or is handed a letter from the service provider that is like a form letter from Washtenaw County indicating, and maybe they can somehow put the amount that they're being helped in that and say, Washtenaw County Barrier Busters with the county logo, we're helping you, here's what we're doing. I think that's great. That makes a lot of sense to me. Thank you.
Perfect. Yep.
I know Food Gatherers isn't here. I was texting with the CEO of Food Gatherers, so I think I got a satisfactory answer. She's looking forward to working with the county, I think, on recognition as well. So unless you have something else to say, Tony, go ahead.
So if we end up putting together the contract through OCED, then it would have the contract language that we discussed for NHSP, the New Human Service Partnership, where we would add that as part of the contract language, the recognition of the grant that they receive for the services that are being provided to the recipients as well as to the community at large.
Given that this is a new pot of millage funding, is it the intent of the administrator to have it work through that same process?
That's consistent with the process that has served this organization for well over the years. So I would say yes.
Okay.
And then I just wanted to clarify, then would OCED be contracting in the interim for these?
That's at the discretion of the.
It's at the discretion of this board, I believe. Yeah, yeah.
It sounds like it's your intention, administrator, to work through OCD in the absence of a better entity for OCD to be the entity that performs the contract, executes it with Food Gatherers. It sounds like that's your intention.
That is, except that what I would say is that moving forward, as we start to allocate additional resources, the first stop is this board. So,
Yes.
Well, we have to
Yeah.
vote on it, but
Right.
the minutia of cutting the
Yeah.
contract is what is being discussed. And since we don't have an Office of Aging or anything like that yet,
I think if we don't have an Office of Aging, it can go through administration.
I want to ensure that whatever contract gets done, that language from OCD is in the contract.
Okay.
Beth Ann has that language,
Yeah.
so that has been shared with purchasing.
That's easy enough to accomplish. So, and let me just say again, and some of you have asked me about that. The relationship with OCED has continued to be strong. I don't need you now, Brady. We will do whatever this board desires moving forward. We'll do it in a manner that I think you guys will be pleased.
I think it makes sense since OCD already has the contracts and infrastructure in place for the contract to come through OCD. I would like to see that happen.
I'm listening to the debate. Commissioner Somerville is next in the queue. Do you have more questions?
That's a non-answer?
It's because I want to hear what Commissioner Somerville has to say. And I, most of the time, if you notice, take my responsibility as chair and not commenting to the end of the debate very seriously. So that's part of it.
Well, it's sort of a question for the chair in some ways.
I'm listening to more debate right now.
Okay, well then I do have further commentary. Given, I know that this proposal is coming in the context of the federal cuts that have occurred and also building in some of the requests that have come in the past about barrier busters, which the need is absolutely dire right now. We have a crisis on our hands that was caused by the Trump administration and by, frankly, years of underfunding of our human services network. And so I think my plan, of course, is to support this proposal. I think it's a good attempt at building that network so that we can ensure our citizens are well fed and have enough basic food to eat in the absence of the federal funding that was pulled, and also making sure that our Barrier Busters program for seniors has adequate funding in it. However, I am a little bit unsure if the amount of money that we've allocated here provides adequate funds. And so I would motion to increase both the amount for Barrier Busters to 200,000 and also the amount for food gatherers to 600,000. And I'll make that motion.
Do you have support for that motion?
I'll support it. We can discuss it.
Commissioner Somerville?
Yeah, I disagree with that motion. The number that we're using for SKIP was actually what we received from staff who have worked on this program in the fall. And I do want to point out that the crisis with SKIP funding was created by us. We did not replenish that program. That was a choice that we all actively made over a number of years during the budget process. Additionally, specifically to this motion, in talking with the countywide food bank, at this time, they don't need more than what we have on the agenda tonight. We've had extensive conversations with them. We've discussed in detail how best these dollars can get out to the local food pantries for older adults in all 9 of our districts. And so those are my reasons why I will not be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Commissioner Sanders?
Sorry. I guess I wanted to add that I can't remember a time that this board has ever said no to a request for need. And so I won't be supporting the new proposal for additional funding either. I don't know, I'm gonna just say again, we are faced now with something unprecedented ever in history. And I think that we need to be very prudent about the pennies that we have available. If there is a need for more, every last one of these nonprofits knows that they can ask us at any time, and they do it. I can't remember a time we've ever said no. I just can't support providing more just to be providing more when there has not been an ask, and that we know of. No one is starving at this point in the county. And so I think that we need to be prudent with the money that we have. We've just taken on a legal bill and we don't even know what that's gonna look like. That's real talk. So I'm gonna have to not support it.
Commissioner Somerville?
Can I call the question?
Sure. Can we vote on calling the question on the amendment?
Second.
Second, okay, sorry. Yes, the second is important. That's fundamental to Robert's rules. All right, so let's vote on calling the question on the amendment. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
No?
Commissioner
Oh.
Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders, I think, wants to amend her
Yeah.
vote.
Think I was so heated. Yes. Sorry.
Motion passed.
Okay, now the vote on the amendment. Yeah, that was the calling the question. Now we're voting on the amendment. Annie's looking at me saying no. I'm like, yeah, I forgot the second before, but I know.
Forget that I'm in the queue.
You are in the
Yeah.
queue. You are next in the queue, but now is the vote on the amendment. I'm just in my head trying to decide, we need a roll call vote on the amendment. Okay, all right, yes. Roll call on the amendment itself.
On the amendment.
The amendment that we are now voting on the amendment that Commissioner Robbie made about increasing the amount of money. Thank you. It's good to clarify. Communication. Okay, that's a roll call.
Commissioner Sanders,
No.
Commissioner Scott,
No?
Commissioner Somerville,
No.
Commissioner Beaman,
No.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
No.
Commissioner Light,
No.
Commissioner Machewski,
No.
Commissioner Robbie.
Yes.
Amendment failed.
Thank you. Back to the original resolution, Commissioner Somerville, next in the.
Thank you so much. All right, I'm gonna keep it consistent for the rest of my time on this board. I heard some comments that might suggest we might want to make an amendment to require a certain action to happen with this item and this funding. And so I would like to make a motion to require that the county administrative team use the same policy we've developed for county advertisement through the New Human Services Partnership. And I'll also just add for everybody's pleasure, we are already listed on Food Gatherer's website under partners. So just already happening, but I want to make the motion to put this in the resolution as I think we should every time we have a resolution before us.
Or, I guess I can't do that, sorry. See, look, I'm so tired. I just don't like to.
It's
All right, I've supported it. Discussion on that amendment. Robbie?
Just a quick clarifying question for Tony, maybe, is just, or the maker of the motion, is that the same language that you guys use, or is that different language?
I believe the language they would use is just the county contract boilerplate, which would be the same countywide.
Is that language that includes your language with regards to the recognition piece?
Yes.
Okay.
We worked with Beth Ann to update the boilerplate to add the acknowledgement language of the county funding.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that's what the intent was and all that. I do just want to say, just because you mentioned us being on the website, the goal that I have with this is not to just be listed on a website. I hope that the people that are receiving the service that the county is paying for know that the county is paying for it. And I want the public to know that the county is paying for it. And my goal with this is I want the county to, they voted for this millage. And just like, I know it's a crass comparison and it's not the same thing at all. But with the roads millage, we have the sign and people see the sign. And I want people to see your tax dollars hard at work. And I think, thank you for the motion. I think it makes a lot of sense. I look forward to supporting it and working with our providers to make sure that that is part of the standard practice. Thank you.
Anybody else discussion on that motion? Somerville?
Thank you. I will just share, thank you, Commissioner Robbie. The reason why I made it is because I too agree. I think every part of the millage funds that go out should be recognized as these are services being provided because the voters of Washtenaw County approved this older adults millage. And that's why I made the motion. Thank you so much.
Any other discussion on that item? I will say that I like this also because I think at a time when people are losing faith in government, I think seeing some of the really good things that we're doing in the community is going to help potentially people have more faith in the government. And as Commissioner Sanders pointed out, we do a lot of good in the community. So, all right. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
So just adding to that too, yes, it is on the positive side. And the other thing is when the federal government pulled all that funding, I think a lot of us didn't know how much federal funding, how much government funding was built into the work that our nonprofits do, whether it's substance use, whether it's food. And when that money vanished, it was like, oh my God, there is this huge investment. And so I want people to know that on the front end.
Yeah.
So that it's not like a surprise. People know, oh, my tax dollars, federal, state, local, go to this. And so we don't like regret it when it's gone. We know that it's there the whole time.
Nice. All right. We have a amendment. We'll vote on that amendment now.
Commissioner Scott,
Yep.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
amendment passed.
Great. Back to the original resolution. And the next person in the queue on that is Hodge. You were in the queue, Machieski.
All right. I guess two things on the resolution. One is, I've been sitting here wondering whether I should write my own amendment, but I'm interested in getting outcome data on this funding. And I would personally like to see the recipients of these funds have to report per the policy that we will be approving. I'm struggling right now to come up with language for that, or whether I even need to, but I would like to see that outcome data on this.
Are you making an amendment?
So if I could offer an amendment to require the recipients of the funds in this resolution to report on outcome data per the forthcoming senior millage.
Older adult millage.
Or older adult, sorry. I messed up.
Okay.
I'm like,
helping
you. Serious.
Student teaches the professor.
Yeah, nice. The forthcoming older adult millage policy that's gonna get approved by this board.
Support.
Any discussion on that amendment? Robbie?
So I guess that kind of opens up a can of worms for me because I am a little uncomfortable with the idea that there is a future document that's coming to us that we all haven't been part of seeing. And so I think that doesn't feel right to me. The reason I was trying to raise my hand was we actually have a policy already that we passed as a board about all of our millages and the reporting requirements of the people that receive those dollars. And I don't know if staff can comment on the applicability of that policy to these allocations and whether it would apply or not.
The administrator was sort of signaling to me in this discussion that even without the amendment, he would do that would be a part of it.
Well, to Commissioner Somerville's,
Yeah.
desire to make sure everything is in writing, the motion would, kind of connect to that. But so I want to make sure that something's in writing somewhere. If the policy that we already passed on our millages would apply here, then I think that would cover it. But I just don't know if it does, that's sort of what I was wondering.
It's millage money.
Frankly speaking, I think it's.
Andrew's maybe confused or concerned, not
Yeah,
confused.
not
You're not
definitely not
confused, you're
confused.
concerned.
So the millage reporting language required, and this was mostly for outside agencies who have their own boards, who get to establish their own budgets, receive millage funds. Both the request via an MOU that they provide the county with a plan or budget before the expenditure of funds, as well as a report after the fact. I would say what's being talked about tonight is a little bit more narrow. I do agree with the administrator that certainly we've got other models that we can use in terms of the actual reporting interests that are being discussed tonight, even if it's not the specific resolution that you're speaking of, Commissioner Robbie.
Well, I'm not the amender.
Can I comment on the amendment?
You're Commissioner Somerville?
I guess my comments on this amendment, maybe we can amend the amendment and just give the administrator discretion to utilize existing formats for collecting data for millage funds.
That was, yeah. Who did you list as that? There was so much support for that. Who did
I
you
think it
list
was-
as the supporter?
Oh, it was me. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
my friendly.
Friendly.
No, it has to be the person who seconded.
Are there any objections to that? 'Cause I don't actually think there's such a thing as a friendly amendment necessarily.
All right, we figured it out.
All right. Are you friendly to it?
Yeah, I'm not objecting, I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
And my question is, now I support it because I think it made it better. And it is still vague in terms of what it's asking for, I think. Like, so we're asking for, can somebody restate the motion maybe, or just remind me where we're at now?
My friendly was that we direct the county administrator to develop a framework for collecting data for millage funding outcomes, which I think is in alignment with the past policy and with some of what I've been hearing in conversations with commissioners and community members. So we're asking the county administrator to develop a policy to collect data regarding millage funding to get information about the outcomes. Data, funding, millage outcomes.
Would it be possible, I don't know, Corp Counsel, how deep we are in the amendment process, but would it be possible to reference that previous policy that we had as a model, as a template for administration to use?
I would love to. I can look it up right now and we can reference that resolution number.
Is that okay, Corp Counsel? I know you're only allowed to amend an amendment once technically, but since we're on a friendly. maybe
It is
it's allowed.
an amendment that we're discussing, the amendment of the amendment.
It's dicey, but if there are no objections, I think we can add the resolution number.
Okay. That would make me comfortable and I'd be willing to support that.
Question. Does anybody remember when we voted on that? It was before we approved the public safety.
Brady knows.
It is resolution 24-102.
Brady is ready to go.
Thank you.
The Rain Man of county resolutions. That's amazing. Okay. All right. So we're on the amendment to the amendment.
Yeah.
Which is the reporting schedule. Any other discussion on, the reporting, whatever? Any other discussion on that part of the amendment to the amendment?
I'll clarify. I might not be word for word. We are directing the county administrator to develop a policy in alignment with resolution 24-102 to collect data outcomes regarding millage funding. I like this part of the job. Thank you. We should do this all the time.
Monkey. I love this. Okay, we are voting on the amendment to the amendment now. Roll call.
1 second, sorry.
That's okay. It's a busy job right now for you.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders, Commissioner Scott,
Sure thing.
amendment passed.
Great. Now we're back to the original amendment. No, that was the amendment to the amendment. Oh, okay. All right. All right. So we're back to the original resolution. Machewski, you are still have the floor on that, so.
Just one other thing. As Commissioner Somerville pointed out earlier, I think we're hopefully rapidly getting to the point where we're going to have a document to really consider and vote on, hopefully very soon. And I would just like to put admin on notice that I'm hoping we really move into the RFP process quickly and get this moving. So I just wanted to make that note as well about this action. So thank you, Chair.
Okay, you can be in the queue. Commissioner Labar?
Thanks, Chair. Since we're back to the original resolution, I am going to vote for it. I think that's important. I want to say, though, we've heard words tonight like sloppy, emergency. We're talking about a single reading being driven by federal issues. And I think for a third of this body that has been very hands-on in terms of developing a proposed structure of operation for these funds, I don't know yet that I've seen an awareness of just how much faith your colleagues are putting in you and how at times it can be described as sort of a certainty rather than a process step. I trust the expertise and the motivations entirely. And I'm looking forward to supporting what you bring us. But I can't promise you conceptual support on something until I see it. And this millage was put on for voters by the entirety of this body. It was a unanimous vote, but none of our votes carried more weight than the next person. It would be fantastic to carve up a small amount. This resolution deals with about 5% of an annual allocation of $11.5 million. Boy, if we could get a third or even a quarter of a year's worth into an expedited process, and if you need an RFP, great, but a process designed to get money out there, not to be perfect and durable long-term, but to fill some of the time gap that's happened, I would rush into supporting that and would be very inclined to be supportive in the entirety of a structure that comes along with it. Because I think we all have a vested interest in meeting the needs of the community, including with trusted community partners that, as Commissioner Robbie, I think eloquently said earlier, have been demonstrated through dire circumstance to show just how much we have to work together as it deals with, the reality the feds provide us. So given the hour and given the expedited nature of this resolution, I won't restate my concerns, Chair, but I look forward to voting for it tonight and look forward to joining, hopefully in a unanimous vote on the structure going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Robbie?
Thank you. I want to echo most of what Commissioner Labar just said. I will say we've had, I think, 2 or 3 working sessions about this, and we've seen, what seemed to me like a very preliminary draft proposal at our last time we talked about this at a working session. I frankly, and I'm just going to be open and honest, I feel excluded from whatever conversation's been happening between the 3 of you to develop this plan. And I don't necessarily feel buy-in to whatever you guys are going to propose. And so I would ask that we have some type of a process at this board table. I understand that there is a desire to move things along, but we also need to all have buy-in in this process. And I feel like if you have a proposal that you've come up with, let's have a discussion about it. Let's not force a vote on it. It sounds like that's what's being implied, and I hope that's not what's going to happen.
That's okay.
That is what I heard Commissioner Maciejewski say. If you're telling me that's not what's going to happen, then great. Because what I would like to see, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, I'm sorry if that's what you feel
Yeah,
like, but
you are.
I'll go back and look at the tape, but I feel like what you said was, you just said, I'm putting administration on notice, right? That's what you said, that I would like to move expeditiously with this for the proposal that we've come forward with, right?
Once it's approved by this body.
I know, and that approval process, and okay, let's diffuse the situation, because if we're all understood that approval process is gonna take some time, like it's not gonna happen in 1 meeting or 2 meetings, like I think we need an opportunity to discuss whatever your proposal is gonna be, to make amendments to it, to have, and frankly, I think that there should be more of a public process on this too. I think we need to engage the public once we have a proposal. So ask them, what do they think about it? I think the people we should have a traveling roadshow around the county, ask people what they think about the proposal and solicit feedback. I mean, every level of government requires that of their funding. They engage the public, people come out to meetings, they share their piece about it, they do charrettes, all kinds of different things. This is the people's money, $12 million. I want to feel like I have some buy-in to that. And right now, I don't feel like I have any buy-in to it at all. So other than the working sessions that we've done 2 or 3 times, I know administration came up with one presentation. You guys had one working session. We heard tonight the plan from the Community Foundation. We need an opportunity to have this discussion at this table, and I hope that that is not gonna happen in the immediate term in a way that is rushed and that does not give the fullness of conversation that is needed for this volume of money to be allocated in a way that's responsible and reflective of all of our wishes, because as Commissioner Labar said, we all voted for this. We all had one vote. None of our votes were weighted more than the others. And 3 commissioners have gone into a room and come up with a plan. And I just am concerned about that. I don't feel bought into that. So you can be insulted or feel bad about what I said, but I am expressing how I feel right now. I feel excluded.
Commissioner Somerville.
I appreciate that feedback, Commissioner Robbie. I'm going to start from the top. We've been working on this proposal, whether people know it or not, for 2.5 years. We started having working session discussions on the senior millage and the framework when I was working session chair. We had 2 while I was working session chair. Both times those meetings were driven by me and Commissioner Maciejewski. And this is, I'm not reacting to what you just said, Commissioner Robbie, but for the public who will be watching this meeting, what we are doing as commissioners, what we were elected to do, is to create policy. It is our job to come up with ideas on how we want to set policy, and we have to work to implement it by engaging fellow commissioners and working towards getting a majority of support for an item. It's great sometimes when we get a unanimous support for something. We cannot go into private conversations with more than 4 commissioners. I've never once excluded anybody from a conversation. I welcome feedback. But I feel some type of way about some of the stuff that gets said about this when I personally feel like I've invested more hours than anybody else combined on this millage from the start of even getting it on the ballot to now mitigating the conflict in the community when they see processes that are in direct conflict with the people who advocated for the millage, because this, you're right, this is the people's money. It was regular people, not us, who advocated for us to put this on the ballot. And so I sit on the Commission on Aging. Every time something happens in this room that is in direct conflict with what the goals were, or that could potentially cause a lot of chaos, I'm the one that has to have the one-on-one conversations with people in the community, which I like. I asked to be on the Commission on Aging. I'm really excited about this millage. There's not a more critical time right now than to have more dollars that are dedicated to older adult services. But this assumption and the suggestion that we're leaving people out is just not true. The whole point of having the discussion and presenting a draft proposal to everybody and making that public was to be transparent. I don't know how more transparent we can be. The point of working session is that. Sometimes we just use working session to get presentations, but multiple times while I was chair, we used working session to actually work on what our goals were and work towards what a potential framework would be like. It did not just start happening this term. And oh man, I have so much more to say. I think the biggest thing that I want the public to know, and all of our colleagues, is all 9 of us have emails. People from all over the community have been emailing me recently about the senior millage, and I've been responding to all of them, even the people that don't live in my district. We're getting feedback about making sure we have lived voice experiences on the oversight body, and those are all coming from people in other districts than mine, and I'm responding to them. I'm having meetings with a variety of working groups and stakeholders that are external to us, and actually taking the time to go through all of their feedback one by one and respond to it. I'm personally happy to sit with all 8 of my colleagues and go through a long document that I've collected with every piece of feedback, from commissioner feedback to provider feedback to the Commission on Aging feedback to the Washtenaw Health Initiative Collaborative on Aging feedback. I attended a town hall in Manchester last night and took feedback in an area that's not my district. Happy to do that anytime. My calendar's open. I'm happy to meet on Saturdays and Sundays, or late night during the week. I've made time for a lot of different voices, and I've never once said no to having a conversation with colleagues. But personally, as a commissioner who was elected to make policy, I was sick of waiting around for a proposal that was actually going to get at the intent of this millage. It is our job. We were empowered by the people who elected us to set policy, and that is what I have been trying to do with at least 2 colleagues, but we can have one more in the mix without violating OMA. But it's my experience that we all have busy schedules. It's really hard to get people coordinated, and it's really hard to find people who are dedicated to pulling long nights to work on this stuff or on weekends. And so, again, like, I'm gonna pat myself on the back. I'm working on this stuff at 11 o'clock at night. I'm taking phone calls from people in the community on the weekends. And I'm not saying nobody else on this body is willing to do that, but I'm just saying I'm keeping track of it. I have a working document that I'm happy to share with anyone that wants to see all of the feedback that we collected. And I'll just mention the Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation presentation tonight was in direct response to the proposal that 3 commissioners worked on. And they showed very clearly that that proposal was built on the same feedback and outreach that they did when they did senior mapping, which the inception of that was the Commission on Aging asking us to do senior mapping. So I'm going to stop, but I really want people to understand that what we're doing is not ill-intended, and it isn't with our role as commissioners. And I love creating policy. I feel like that was why I ran for office. And I don't appreciate the assumption that something that I'm doing is intentional to leave people out or only have 3 people create a policy. The whole point of having working session to go over the first draft was to include all 9 of us, because that's the only space that we can. And I can tell you, and Ashley, I don't see her anymore, but she can back me up. I have the transcript from that working session that I've gone through to look back at every single one of your comments. So every comment that's ever been made in this room about the millage is in a file for me, and I'm taking it all very seriously. And I've shared all of this feedback and packaged it up in a way that is easier for Commissioner Scott and Commissioner Machewski to look at. And again, happy to do it for anyone.
Just so we're aware of where the queue is, it is Machewski, Robbie, Beaman, and Sanders. On this item, I'm just gonna note that Beaman has not spoken yet, so you can keep that in mind on this particular item. Machewski.
I just, I just wanted to note that I've never assumed that this body is going to approve anything.
No.
I've always said for this body to consider, for this body to look at. So I assume nothing. But I take it as a big part of this job is doing the work of writing these things and working on these documents. I very much appreciate, Ashley's been supporting us as we've had these discussions, as we've tried to incorporate as much of the public comment and double check it and make sure that we are addressing everything that we've been hearing in working sessions and from the Commission on Aging and from everybody that worked on the millage. I think our process has been very open, trying to create a lot of opportunities for people to come in and have input. I've held a town hall with Commissioner Beaman to get input from the community. You had another one yesterday, right? So I think, I know in my district, I'm going out of my way to get comment from people on this. I'm having a lot of conversations with the people that have been involved. So I feel pretty good about that. But I've never assumed that this body is even going to take what ends up getting presented and just approve it. I'm assuming that everybody around this table is going to look at it and say, hey, what about this? What about that? And question it and work through it. My comment about the RFP was, I do feel that how far are we away from the election at this point? 7 months? We need to conclude this process. Once we do, then I would expect we're going to move into the RFP and not wait another 6 months to do that. That was the gist of my comment. So I appreciate that we all want to have a voice in this, but and I want to recognize Commissioner Somerville for everything that she just said, because she's 100% right. She's been carrying the water and carrying the ball on this for months, and she doesn't get the recognition that she should get. And she's keeping the ball going, and I very much appreciate that. But, you know, I'm just trying to do my part in working with a couple of interested commissioners who, I mean, we didn't sit around and strategically think, hey, let's get the three of us and work. We were all having conversations because we were interested in the input that we were getting. We've ended up trying to advance the document to get it before the 9 of us to take a look at and move forward. So I apologize, Commissioner Robbie, if I'm coming off a little strong, but I feel I've been very consistent about the idea of getting it here for us to consider and then moving forward from there. So I just wanted to, I'm sorry, it's late and I'm maybe a little too fired up, but it's almost Commissioner Beaman's birthday too, so. So thank you, Chair, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioner Robbie.
Commissioner Machewski, I can guarantee you that was not bad. I appreciate your apology, but it was not necessary. I've heard a lot worse. But I appreciate you. And just speaking to the one, you know, I do not believe, and I don't believe that I said at any point that there was any ill intent. That was a word that was used by Commissioner Somerville. I don't believe that there was any ill intent. What I was saying is how I feel about the process so far and how I feel, right? I feel that I have not been included in the process. I love that we've done 3 working sessions now, maybe total. I would love that this process continue to unfold at working session. I think we should continue to have working sessions about this. And I think maybe we should reserve all the, I don't know, Commissioner LaBarre, you're the chair, but maybe we should block out our upcoming working session agendas and just focus on hammering this out. Let's get it done. But what I don't want, and by the way, part of why I say that is because this is unusual. Typically, we get proposals from administration. The administration creates these proposals for us. We have a process in place. That is how it is typically done. This is unusual that commissioners are creating something. And that's why it creates an awkward situation when there's 3 people out of 9 that are making these, you know, making a proposal to bring to us. So in that, because it is unusual, I think it necessitates an unusual level of conversation. If we want to sort of like take that away from not take it, that's the wrong way to say it, but if we want to do that instead of administration, then I think it needs to happen at this table. What I don't want to happen is a proposal to be placed on our agenda and sort of, you know, getting back to something that was said earlier, it's like, well, we don't need all the commissioners to be on board with this. We just need 5. So, you know, the rest of you sort of like, too bad. I don't want that to be what happens. I don't want it to be like, you know, here's the proposal, I dare you to vote no. I don't want to be put in a corner. I want to have plenty of opportunity to hash this out in public with all of you so that we can go through what the proposal looks like rather than throwing something on the agenda that then, you know, people feel cornered on. I don't think that's appropriate because this is an unusual process. This is different from how we typically do things. So those are my thoughts. I do not believe my colleagues are ill-intended in this process. I'm just expressing my feeling of, you know, how I have engaged so far with this process and how I have been engaged in it. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Did you, I'm just clarifying because I don't remember. Did you send any feedback after that working session to us?
I believe that I shared my feedback at working session, and I believe that all feedback, as I've said for past issues,
Yeah.
this is the space where we share feedback in full public view, and that's where I'm the most comfortable sharing my suggestions and feedback.
All right, I'll go back and listen to it because I know I was at home then. Well, I'll look at your transcript. Okay. Beaman.
Thank you, Chair. So first, I just want to thank Commissioner Somerville and Commissioner Machewski and Commissioner Scott for all of the work on this, for all of the investment, for all of the time, and to be completely honest, for all of the pushing to get this moving forward. Because what I'm going to say is we're in May. We have seniors that need these dollars, and we've been sitting on them. Not saying we haven't been sitting on them for good reason. Not saying we haven't been sitting on them for good planning and good government, but we're sitting on them. They are not in the community. They are not being dispersed to people who are unhoused, who are hungry, who just need a ride to their doctor's appointment or just need to get to see someone else at bingo at the senior center. Whatever that lifeline is for our seniors, these dollars aren't in the community. And that is what I am hearing when I am having town halls. As Commissioner Machewski said, we had a joint town hall. I had my own town hall, which Commissioner Somerville came to and, was able to provide her perspective, but also just to listen to the rural community. And I appreciate that so much. And I appreciate her so much. So I just want to, shout this from the rooftops for a moment here. I don't want to draw this process out. I don't want a single senior to suffer any longer because of what we're doing. I don't, because I'm sorry, I see the reverse. I just read an article about the dollars that were pulled off of Safe Sleep and how now we are losing babies in America. I don't want that happening at the other end of the spectrum on my watch in Washtenaw County because we are not moving quickly. Yes, we have to be strategic. We've talked about that in many different ways. And I think that we are. We all have to engage in the process and be able to finalize the process to get these dollars that the taxpayers wanted in the community. So thank you.
Commissioner Sanders? I have suggested within the last month, maybe the last year, that I thought there could be better communication between the executive board and the commissioners that are not on the executive board. And I really haven't seen that happening. I want to first acknowledge, though, that we are all part-time. We all have other full-time jobs. And this is a full-time job that's crammed into part-time with very high expectations and often often not enough grace for what it is that we have to do and what we do. But having said that, what I have said in the past is that I feel like if there were greater or even some mildly increased communication between the executive board and those members of us that are not on the executive board, many of the questions and concerns that we have could be settled prior to sitting on this board, prior to us having a board meeting, because it would at least allow people the opportunity to ask before, right? And not saying that we would shut them down, but if you shared it early enough and then they decide that they want to wait and prolong it, there are ways that we could discourage that. Having said that, I am more than happy to be and you guys are just gonna get sick of me. I am the senior on this board. Thank you very much. As of April 20th. I'm it. I would be interested. I don't reclassify. I don't know what I'm saying. I would be happy to be an alternate on your committee. I would be interested. And I said alternate. Which means you can put me on all communications, but I may not make all the meetings. I would be interested in that because this is something that's important to me. I don't want to say I've been left out, but I have had a couple of questions and yes, I could have emailed you. So not pointing fingers at anybody, but if it's possible to consider sending us just a synopsis of what
working session or what is happening with the e-board, especially when it's related to issues that are gonna prolong these meetings. It may save hours. And just make it easier for us to get through our business. That's it.
Thank you. I am gonna just speak to that briefly, because I did have a similar conversation with Commissioner Robbie about that. And it is something that I did want to change as part of the leadership structure. I have been on this board since 2018 and did the first 2 years in leadership and then 4 years outside of leadership and then back in leadership now. And the 4 years outside of leadership, I was really bothered by similar things, feeling like there was a stratification between leadership and the rest of the board that I didn't think was helpful. And I was, as much as I talked about that, I was like, I didn't see it changing. And I wanted to make that a very specific change that I did as part of this leadership. And I recognize now in May, I have not done that. I mean, I don't want to be like, we had an executive order and then I got vertigo and now this. But I think that there's always, and you know me, and that a big thing of what I think that I enjoy doing is thinking about process and how to make it better. So I think this is a good point to say process and think about how to make that communication between what happens at the leadership meeting and the rest of the board more seamless going forward. I mean, and I was even thinking about it when you're talking about it, like, what's the best way to do it? Is it just to call people informally after, or is it to wait until the agenda comes out so you have something to look at, So if you have ideas on how what you think is the best time to talk to you about those things, I would be interested in hearing that to know what's the best way to communicate that. Just so we can maybe try to change that culture of the divide between leadership and the rest of the board that has been here since I've been on the board. And it's bad. It's not an effective way to do things. And so I'm hopeful that we can change that. I see Sanders again and then Robbie.
Just quickly, I
You
would.
in the queue?
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
I
yeah,
just
you are
wanted
in
to
the queue.
respond
Okay,
to
sorry. Yeah.
Chair Scott and just say, you will be onboarding another position that will work with Ashley.
Yeah.
And I think that once that occurs or sometime in that period, perhaps even just a synopsis, not you having to make 8 phone calls to people, but just, a synopsis to us, a 1-pager or less than, that just gives us some bullet points and then allows us to follow up with you if we have additional questions before we get the agenda on Friday.
Okay.
Before Wednesday, because that's still not a lot of time,
not.
considering that we all are super involved and engaged throughout the county in more than just this work.
Okay, great. That's great feedback. Can I go Somerville and then Robbie? Yep.
Thanks. I want to clarify that there were 2 commissioners before my previous comments that indicated frustration with 3 commissioners working on a proposal. And that was what I was reacting to, not just one commissioner. Additionally, I come from local government. I served on a city council for almost 4 years before serving on the county board. And any idea, concept, policy was our job to move forward and get support from another colleague to even get it on the agenda. It was our job, not staff's job. And so I can understand why it might be confusing if typically that's not how commissioners have done things on this body. But in my experience at local government and at the state level, that is how you do things. And so I guess the hints that what we're doing is intentional to leave others out, or that it's not something that we should be doing. I just want to clarify for the public that this is part of our role. And if this is not how other bodies have functioned, maybe it could take some getting used to for the full body, but anybody have any ideas in other areas? I'm happy to work with you on it. I love coming up with proposals that make sense to improve the lives of other people, but I was reacting to two commissioners and their comments about, their feelings, which I appreciate. I want to know how the work we're doing is being received by you. But I also want to make it very clear that like the work that three of us were doing together was not meant to leave anybody out. It was actually to propel something forward. And I'll also just add, Commissioner Machieski and I were not on executive board. And so this was something that was inspired by our willingness to take time and work on this and move it forward. And I do understand what it's like to be in board leadership and then not. And so there are things that I'm not aware of before meetings. And so to kind of agree with what both Commissioner Sanders and Chair Scott have said, I do think that those lines of communication could be a little more open. And also I'm just constantly asking more about what's going on. And so not everybody has the time to do that. So thank you.
I guess I want to thank Commissioner Sanders for what she said about, a few minutes ago. As the chair said, I had a similar conversation with her. And so thank you, Commissioner Sanders, for saying what you did. And Chair Scott, thank you for having that conversation with me, and thank you for saying what you just said. Because I do think it's something, and I guess by saying what you did and sort of like owning it and, saying, let's work on it together, I think it speaks to your qualities as a leader and your willingness to take on that issue when you're receiving criticism and feedback and say, all right, I'm taking that. Now what do we do with it? So thank you for being willing to be open to that. And I look forward to, working with you to suggest some ways that we can move forward on this issue and others. And thank you for your leadership as always.
Thank you. I'm going to demonstrate some of that leadership. And despite the wonderful kumbaya moments that we've had, I'm going to bring us right back around to the resolution because we have gone way off topic. So any more discussion? I'm smiling
I
at
was
you.
saying nice things to you, okay?
I'm not trying to look at you. Jeez, oh my God, I can't win. I'm trying to bring us all back. Look, I'm not even gonna look, I'm gonna look over your heads. Any more discussion on this particular item, item B from single reading? As amended, thank you. Okay. I know. Is it hot in here or am I doing perimenopause again? So, okay. Ashlyn, could you call the roll? Oh, Lord.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar, Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Please. Yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, next item on the agenda is, items for current and future discussion. Good news. We've done one of those items, closed session to receive an opinion from council. Any other items for current and future discussion, Commissioner Hodge?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say happy birthday to Commissioner Beaman. It's crossed midnight. Happy birthday.
Official. Any other items for current and future discussion?
Move to adjourn?
God bless you. Do I have support?
Support.
All right. Oh, because there's nothing pending. All right, and anyway, a motion to adjourn is what, friends? Always in order, non-debatable.